I'm 34 now, and I've spent most of my adult life working as a freelance land surveyor. It's a job that requires a certain level of comfort with being alone in the middle of nowhere. I'm used to the silence of the woods. I'm used to the way the wind sounds when it moves through white pines, and I know the difference between the snap of a dry twig under a deer's hoof and the heavy thud of a falling branch. You develop a sense for these things when your paycheck depends on you staying out in the bush for weeks at a time. But what happened 3 years ago in the Cabinet Mountains of Montana didn't just rattle my nerves. It fundamentally changed how I perceive the world when the sun goes down. It's the reason I moved back to a suburb where the streetlights are so bright you can't even see the stars. I don't want to see the stars anymore. I want to see the pavement. It was late October, right on the edge of the season's first real freeze. I had been contracted by a private estate firm to map out a 40-acre parcel that was being considered for a high-end, off-grid retreat. The location was beautiful on paper, but a nightmare in practice. It was tucked into a deep, glacial basin, surrounded on 3 sides by steep, timber-thick ridges. The only way in or out was a narrow, gravel logging road that had been partially reclaimed by the undergrowth. Because the terrain was so rugged and the cell service was non-existent, the firm had arranged for me to stay in an old trapper's cabin located on the northern edge of the property. It was a rugged little structure, thick cedar logs, a heavy slate roof, and windows that were small and reinforced with iron bars, likely a relic from the days when grizzly bears were a more frequent nuisance in the valley. I arrived on a Tuesday afternoon. The air was crisp, smelling of damp earth and dying needles. I remember thinking how quiet it was. Not the peaceful kind of quiet you find in a park, but a heavy, pressurized silence, like the woods were holding their breath. I spent the first few hours unloading my gear, my surveying transit, the tripod, my laptop, and enough canned food to last me the 10 days I expected to be there. I'm a creature of habit, so I set up my command center on the heavy oak table in the center of the cabin's single room. I checked the wood stove, made sure the chimney was clear, and prepped a stack of split pine. I was professional, organized, and entirely unaware that I was being watched from the moment I killed the engine on my truck. The first anomaly happened around 5:30 p.m., just as the light began to fail. In that part of the mountains, dusk doesn't linger, it drops like a curtain. I was standing on the small porch, a mug of coffee in my hand, looking out toward the eastern ridge. That's when the fog started to roll in. It wasn't a normal mist that rises from the ground. This was a thick, curdled white wall that seemed to pour over the top of the ridge like a slow-motion waterfall. It moved with an unnatural speed, swallowing the large trees and the creek bed in seconds. Within minutes, the cabin was surrounded. I couldn't see my truck, which was parked less than 20 feet away. It was just me and a world of white. I went inside and latched the heavy wooden door, feeling a strange, sudden urge to be behind a barrier. I told myself it was just the drop in temperature. Fog creates an acoustic chamber, it muffles some sounds and amplifies others. I sat down at my table to review the topographical maps, but I found it hard to concentrate. There was a sound coming from outside. It was a rhythmic, wet thud. Thump, thump, thump. It was slow, maybe 1 second between every beat. My first thought was that a branch was swinging in the wind and hitting a hollow log. But there was no wind. The air was dead still. I stood up and walked to the small window facing the front. I pressed my face to the glass, but the fog was so dense it reflected the dim light from my battery-powered lantern, making it impossible to see anything beyond the porch railing. Thump, thump, thump. The sound circled the cabin. It moved from the front door, along the side wall where my bed was, and toward the back. It didn't sound like a four-legged animal. There was no clicking of claws, no dragging of a tail, no heavy breathing of a bear or a moose. It sounded like a heavy, upright weight being placed deliberately on the damp earth. It sounded like footsteps. But they were too heavy for a man, and the stride, based on how quickly the sound moved from one corner of the cabin to the other, was impossibly long. I felt that first cold prickle of dread at the base of my spine, The one that tells you your brain is trying to lie to you to keep you from panicking. I told myself it was the cabin settling. I told myself it was an elk. I told myself a dozen things, none of which explained why the footsteps stopped right outside the back door and stayed there, perfectly silent, for the next 20 minutes. I didn't sleep that first night. I sat in the chair with my bear spray in one hand and a hatchet in the other, watching the door. When the sun finally rose, the fog didn't lift. It just turned from a deep, suffocating gray to a bright, blinding white. I finally worked up the courage to open the door around 8:00 a.m. The air was freezing. I stepped out onto the porch, my eyes scanning the ground. The dirt around the cabin was soft from the moisture, a perfect canvas for tracks. I walked around to the back door, where I had heard the sound stop. There were no tracks. Not a single footprint, not a scuff in the dirt, not a broken twig. The ground was pristine, undisturbed. This should have made me feel better, but it made it worse. I knew what I had heard. The sound had been physical. It had vibrated through the floorboards. To hear something that heavy and find no physical evidence of its passage is a specific kind of horror. It defies the laws of the world you think you understand. I spent the rest of the morning trying to convince myself I had experienced some kind of auditory hallucination caused by the altitude or the isolation. I even laughed a little, a dry, hollow sound that died quickly in the mist. I decided to get to work. I had a job to do, and I wasn't going to let a spooky night ruin my contract. I set up my transit near the creek, about 100 yards from the cabin. The fog was still thick, but I could see maybe 30 feet in front of me. I was looking through the lens, trying to find a landmark I'd flagged the day before when I saw it, a shape. It was standing just at the edge of my visibility, a tall, vertical sliver of darkness against the white. It didn't move. It was too thin to be a tree and too straight. I adjusted the focus on the transit, my heart hammering against my ribs. As the image sharpened, I realized I wasn't looking at a tree. I was looking at a person, or something shaped like a person. It was wrapped in something gray, maybe a long coat, or maybe just skin that color, and it was standing perfectly still, facing me. "Hey," I shouted. My voice felt thin, swallowed by the fog. "This is private property. Who's there?" The figure didn't respond. It didn't wave. It didn't run. It just stood there. I took a step toward it, and as I did, the figure took a step back. It was a mirror movement, perfectly synchronized. I stopped. It stopped. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. I looked down at the ground to steady myself, and when I looked back up through the lens, the figure was gone. There was no sound of running feet, no rustle of brush. It had simply vanished into the white. I didn't finish the survey that day. I packed my gear with shaking hands and retreated to the cabin. I locked the door, bolted the shutters on the small windows, and pushed the heavy oak table against the entrance. I was done being a professional. I was a prey animal now, and I knew it. As evening approached, the fog seemed to thicken, becoming almost liquid. It pressed against the windows like a physical weight. I sat in the dark, refusing to turn on my lantern. I didn't want to be a beacon. I didn't want whatever was out there to know exactly where I was sitting. I listened. For hours, there was nothing but the sound of my own breathing. Then, around 10:00 p.m., the scratching started. It wasn't on the door, it was on the roof. It was a slow, deliberate sound, like a fingernail being drawn across a chalkboard, but deeper. Scritch, scritch, scritch. It moved across the slate tiles, heading toward the chimney. I froze, my eyes locked on the dark opening of the wood stove. I had a fire going, just a small one for warmth, and I watched the smoke rise. The scratching stopped directly above the flue. Then a sound came down the chimney. It wasn't a roar or a growl, it was a whistle. A long, low, melodic whistle that sounded horribly like a human trying to imitate a bird they had never actually heard. It was a mockery of a sound. I grabbed my hunting knife and moved to the corner of the room, as far from the stove as I could get. "I have a gun," I lied, my voice cracking. "I'm armed. Get off the roof." The whistling stopped instantly. The silence that followed was worse. It lasted for what felt like hours. I didn't move. I didn't blink. Then, from right outside the window next to me, the one with the iron bars, there was a soft, wet thud. Something had jumped down from the roof. I heard the footsteps again. Thump, thump, thump. They circled the cabin once, twice, 3 times. Each time they passed the door, they slowed down. On the 4th pass, they stopped. I heard a sound that made my blood turn to ice. It was the sound of the door handle being turned, slowly, methodically. The heavy iron latch rattled against the frame. Whoever or whatever was out there was testing the strength of the wood. The table I had pushed against the door groaned under the pressure. "Go away," I screamed, losing my grip on any semblance of composure. "Go away." The rattling stopped. For a moment I thought it was over. Then a voice came through the cracks in the door. It was flat, toneless, and sounded like it was being produced by a machine. It didn't have an accent and it didn't have an inflection. It just said one thing. "It is very white out here." The sheer banality of the statement was more terrifying than a threat. It was the observation of something that didn't understand why I was hiding. It was the voice of something that was mimicking human speech without understanding the emotion behind it. I didn't answer. I couldn't. I retreated to the center of the room, clutching my knife, and waited for the door to burst open. But it didn't. Instead, I heard the footsteps move away. They didn't head toward the woods. They headed toward my truck. I heard the sound of metal being scraped, long, deep gouges being carved into the side of my vehicle. Then the sound of glass shattering, my windshield. I realized then that I was being trapped. It wasn't just stalking me. It was disabling my only means of escape. I had to make a choice. I could stay in this cabin and wait for it to eventually find a way in, or I could try to make a run for it through the fog, down a logging road I couldn't see, toward a civilization that felt a million miles away. I looked at the door. I looked at the small, barred windows. I thought about the figure in the transit lens standing perfectly still in the mist. I thought about the whistle in the chimney. I knew that if I stayed, I wouldn't see the sun. I grabbed my backpack, stuffed my heavy flashlight into the side pocket, and gripped my hatchet. I didn't have a plan. I just had the primal, overwhelming need to not be in that cabin when the voice spoke again. I waited until the sounds near my truck stopped. I waited until the only thing I could hear was the heavy, wet drip of the fog off the eaves of the roof. I moved the table away from the door as quietly as I could. My heart was beating so hard I could feel it in my teeth. I put my hand on the latch. I took a deep breath, counting to 3 in my head. 1, 2, 3. I flung the door open and bolted into the white. The cold hit me like a physical blow. The fog was so thick I couldn't even see my own feet as I ran. I didn't head for the truck. I knew it would be waiting there. Instead, I dove into the brush, heading toward the creek. I figured if I could find the water, I could follow it downstream. The sound of the running water would mask my footsteps, and the downward slope would eventually lead me toward the main road. I ran blindly, branches tearing at my clothes and scratching my face. I didn't use my flashlight. I knew that in this fog, a light would be a death sentence. It would just turn me into a glowing target. I stumbled, falling hard onto the rocky ground, but I didn't stop. I scrambled up, my palms bleeding, and kept moving. Behind me, I heard it. Thump, thump, thump. It was coming. It wasn't running, it was walking. It didn't need to run. It knew exactly where I was. Every time I stopped to catch my breath, I could hear those heavy, rhythmic footsteps closing the gap. It was persistent. It was patient. It was something that had all the time in the world, and it was enjoying the hunt. I reached the creek and splashed into the freezing water. The current was strong, pulling at my boots. I waded downstream, the water reaching my knees, then my waist. I moved as fast as I could, the sound of the rushing water loud in my ears. I looked back over my shoulder. Through the mist, about 20 feet behind me, I saw 2 faint, yellow orbs. They weren't eyes, not exactly. They didn't reflect light. They seemed to glow with their own internal, sickly luminescence. They were high up, maybe 7 or 8 feet off the ground. They were moving at the same pace as the footsteps. I didn't look back again. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs felt like lead, until the world began to blur at the edges. I ran until the fog finally started to thin, and I saw the faint, flickering lights of a ranger station at the edge of the park boundary. I didn't stop until I was pounding on their door, screaming for help. The ranger who opened the door was an older man, maybe in his 60s. He looked at my torn clothes, my bleeding hands, and the sheer terror in my eyes. He didn't ask me what happened. He didn't ask me if I had seen a bear or a mountain lion. He just stepped aside, let me in, and locked the door behind me. "You were up in the basin, weren't you?" he asked, his voice low. I nodded, unable to speak. "The fog," he said. It wasn't a question. It's been a bad year for the fog. He didn't call the police. He didn't file a report. He just sat me down, gave me a blanket, and told me to wait until morning. When the sun came up, he drove me back to my truck. The vehicle was a total loss. Every window was smashed. The tires were shredded not by a knife, but by something that looked like giant, blunt teeth. And on the hood of the truck, scratched deep into the metal, was a single word: "Stay." I left Montana that day. I didn't go back for my gear. I didn't call the estate firm to tell them why I was quitting. I just drove. I still think about that voice sometimes. It is very white out here. I think about those yellow orbs in the mist, but mostly I think about the fact that the ranger wasn't surprised. He knew. Everyone in those mountains knows. They just don't talk about it. They know that when the fog rolls in, you don't go outside. You don't look out the window, and you definitely don't answer the whistle in the chimney. Because something walks in the fog, and it's always looking for someone to stay. I didn't go back to Montana. I didn't even stay in the same time zone. I packed my apartment in Seattle within 48 hours, breaking my lease and leaving half my furniture behind, and drove until the air turned salt-heavy and the horizon was a flat, unobstructed blue. I took a desk job for a municipal planning office in San Diego. No more field work. No more topographical mapping of off-grid paradises. I wanted concrete, neon lights, and the constant, reassuring hum of a million people living in close proximity. I wanted a world where the only thing that rolled in from the ocean was a marine layer that smelled of brine and diesel, not the curdled, sentient white wall of the glacial basin. For 6 months, it worked. The nightmares were frequent at first. The sound of the heavy oak table groaning against the door, the flat, mechanical vibration of that voice. But they began to recede. I told myself the ranger had been playing into a local superstition to cope with the isolation. I told myself the scratches on my truck were the work of a disgruntled local or a particularly territorial grizzly with a strange obsession. I was rebuilding the walls of my rationality, brick by stubborn brick. Then the envelope arrived. It was a thick manila packet with no return address, postmarked from a small town 3 hours north of the estate. My hands shook as I slid a letter opener through the seal. Inside was my surveying transit. It shouldn't have fit in the envelope, but as I pulled it out, I realized it had been dismantled, not unscrewed or taken apart with tools, but snapped into jagged, bite-sized pieces of brass and glass. Along with the wreckage of my career was a stack of my own field notes. They were damp, the edges curled and stained with a dark, yellowish resin that smelled faintly of ozone and rotted lilies. I flipped through the pages, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. Most of the notes were as I had left them, but on the final, blank pages of the notebook, there was new writing. It wasn't my handwriting. It wasn't even writing in the traditional sense. It looked like someone had taken a sharp stone and pressed it into the paper, creating deep, embossed grooves. The fog is not a place, the grooves read. IT is a perspective. Beneath the text was a hand-drawn map. It was a perfect, professional-grade rendering of the 40-acre parcel I had been hired to survey. Every contour line was exact, every rock outcropping accounted for. But there was a new structure marked on the northern ridge, far above where the cabin sat. It was labeled in that same pressed, colorless script, the viewing room. I threw the notebook across the room and spent the night sitting in my bathtub with the lights on and the door locked. I told myself it was a prank. The estate firm was suing me for breach of contract, and this was some twisted psychological tactic. But deep down in that cold, lizard brain part of my subconscious, I knew. The thing in the mist wasn't done with me. It had followed the trail of my fear like a scent. 2 days later, the marine layer in San Diego changed. It happened on a Tuesday, exactly 6 months to the day since I had fled the cabin. I was leaving the office late, around 6:00 p.m. The sun was setting over the Pacific, casting long orange shadows across the asphalt. Then, without warning, the temperature plummeted. It didn't just get chilly, the air turned arctic in the span of 3 breaths. I watched as a wall of white, curdled mist rolled off the ocean. It didn't behave like fog. It didn't drift with the wind. It poured over the pier and swallowed the palm trees, moving with a predatory, liquid grace. The streetlights flickered and died. The sound of the city, the cars, the distant sirens, the chatter of people, was instantly snuffed out. It was that same pressurized silence, that heavy, suffocating weight that felt like the earth was holding its breath. Thump, thump, thump. The sound didn't come from the street. It came from the roof of the parking garage. I didn't wait to see the yellow orbs. I scrambled into my new car, a sensible sedan that felt like a tin can against the encroaching dark, and peeled out of the lot. I didn't head home. My apartment was a box with windows. It was a trap. I drove inland, desperate to get above the fog line, but the white wall followed. It clung to the back of my car, a persistent, ghostly shadow that blurred my rearview mirror into a milky void. I drove for hours, my knuckles white on the steering wheel, until I found myself on a deserted stretch of highway heading toward the desert. The fog finally began to thin, shredded by the dry heat of the scrubland. I pulled over at a roadside diner, a neon-lit oasis called The Last Stop. My chest was heaving, my vision tunneling. I stumbled inside, the bell above the door ringing with a cheerful, dissonant chime. The diner was empty except for a waitress behind the counter. She was older, her face a map of deep lines, her eyes a weary, faded blue. She didn't look up as I sat at the counter. She just poured a cup of black coffee and pushed it toward me. "You've got the scent on you," she said. Her voice was like dry leaves skittering over pavement. I stared at her, my mouth hanging open. "What?" "The white damp," she whispered, finally meeting my eyes. "It doesn't happen often, but once it picks a traveler, it doesn't much like to let go. You saw the tall man, didn't you? The one who whistles." I felt a surge of nausea. I don't know what I saw. I was in Montana, a cabin, the fog. "It's not just Montana," she interrupted, wiping the counter with a rag that looked older than I was. "It's the places where the world is thin. Glacial basins, deep trenches in the sea, the high peaks where the air gets rare. It moves between them. It's a border collie, and we're the sheep. It likes to keep its flock in the white where it can watch them." "How do I stop it?" I pleaded, leaning over the counter. "It followed me here. It disabled my truck in the mountains. It sent me my gear. It's talking to me." The waitress leaned in close. Her breath smelled of menthol and old grease. "You can't stop it. You can only negotiate. It wants you to stay, right? That's what it always wants. It's lonely in the long white. It wants witnesses." "I won't go back," I snarled, the terror turning into a desperate, jagged anger. "I'll burn the whole woods down before I go back to that cabin." "It doesn't want you in the cabin anymore," she said, her voice dropping to a ghost of a hum. "You've been promoted. You're a mapper. You saw the map it sent you, didn't you? The viewing room." I backed away from the counter, the stool screeching against the linoleum. "How do you know about that?" She didn't answer. She just pointed toward the window. Outside, the desert stars were vanishing. The fog was back. It wasn't rolling in this time. It was manifesting, seeping out of the very ground like a slow-motion explosion. It pressed against the diner's glass, the neon open sign casting a sickly pink glow into the mist. And then the sound returned. Scritch, scritch, scritch. It was on the roof of the diner, The waitress didn't flinch. She just kept wiping the counter, her eyes fixed on the coffee pot. "Don't answer the whistle," she whispered. Above us, the sound moved toward the vents. A long, low, melodic whistle drifted down through the air conditioning slats. It was the same mockery of a bird call, the same hollow, inhuman imitation. I covered my ears, but the sound seemed to vibrate inside my skull. "It is very dry out here," a voice said. It didn't come from the door. It came from the waitress. She wasn't moving her lips. Her mouth was closed, her expression vacant. The voice was projected through her, using her vocal cords like a ventriloquist's dummy. It was that same flat, mechanical tone, but it carried the rasp of her age. "It is very dry," the voice repeated. "The white is better. The white is soft. Come back to the ridge. We have more to map." I bolted. I didn't even think. I ran out the back door of the diner into the freezing embrace of the fog. I heard the waitress, or the thing using her, laugh. It wasn't a human laugh. It was the sound of a recording being played backward at high speed. I ran into the desert, the sand dragging at my shoes. I didn't have a flashlight this time, but I didn't need one. The fog itself was luminous, glowing with that same sickly yellow light I had seen in the eyes of the thing in the creek. I ran until I hit a fence, a high chain-link barrier topped with concertina wire, a government facility, a private ranch. I didn't care. I started to climb. Halfway up, the metal began to vibrate. Thump, thump, thump. It was right behind me. I could feel the displacement of the air, a cold pressure that made the hair on my arms stand up. I looked down. Standing at the base of the fence was the figure from the transit lens. Up close, it was impossibly tall, its limbs elongated and multi-jointed, like a harvestman spider standing on its hind legs. It wasn't wearing a coat. Its skin was the texture of wet slate, pale and translucent, with dark veins pulsing beneath the surface. It didn't have a face, just a smooth, featureless expanse of gray flesh, save for the two glowing yellow orbs set deep into its forehead. It reached out a hand. The fingers were a foot long, tapering to points that looked like polished bone. It didn't grab me, it just touched the fence. The metal groaned. The heavy steel poles began to bend like pipe cleaners. The creature wasn't using strength. It was as if the physical laws governing the density of the metal were simply dissolving in its presence. "Stay," it whispered. This time, the voice didn't come from a throat. It resonated directly in my inner ear, a vibration that tasted like copper and old blood. I kicked out, my boot catching the thing in the center of its featureless face. It didn't recoil. It didn't even seem to feel it. My foot simply sank into its flesh as if I were kicking a bag of heavy, wet flour. I pulled back, screaming, and flung myself over the top of the fence. The concertina wire tore through my jacket and sliced into my chest, but I didn't feel the pain. I hit the ground on the other side and kept moving. I was in a restricted zone, some kind of military testing range or a high-security solar farm. I saw the silhouettes of massive dishes pointing toward the stars. I found a concrete bunker, a heavy steel hatch set into the ground. I pried it open and dropped inside, falling 10 feet onto a cold floor. I slammed the hatch shut and threw the manual bolt. I was in total darkness. The air was stale and smelled of grease and old batteries. I huddled in the corner, clutching my chest, listening to the silence. For an hour there was nothing. Then the scratching started. It wasn't on the hatch, it was on the walls, inside the bunker. Scritch and scritch, scritch. I fumbled for my phone, the screen's light blindingly bright in the pitch black. I panned the light around the room. The bunker was empty, save for some rusted machinery and a stack of old crates. But the walls were changing. The concrete was bubbling. The gray surface was softening, turning into something that looked like curdled milk. And from the center of the wall, a word began to form, the letters pushing out from the stone like a 3D printer gone mad. Map the void. I realized then that the ranger was wrong. It wasn't a year for the fog. It wasn't a seasonal thing. The fog was a leak. Something from a place where geometry didn't exist was bleeding into our world, and it had chosen me as its scribe. It didn't want to kill me. It wanted to use my eyes to translate our reality into its own. I looked at my phone. I had 1 bar of service. I didn't call the police. I didn't call the estate firm. I called the only person I thought might understand. The ranger station in Montana. The phone rang 4 times before a familiar voice picked up. "Yeah." "It's me," I wheezed. "The surveyor from the cabin." There was a long silence on the other end. I could hear the crackle of a radio in the background. "You're still alive," the ranger said. He didn't sound surprised. He sounded disappointed. "It's here," I said. "In California, it's in the walls. It's making me map things. What is it? Tell me the truth." "It's the first breath," the ranger said, his voice sounding ancient and tired. "Before there was light, there was the mist. It's what's left of the beginning. It doesn't understand here or there. It only understands is. And right now, you're what it is. You shouldn't have run, son. Running just makes the map bigger." "How do I get out?" I screamed. "You don't," he said. "You just stop moving. If you stop moving, the fog settles. If you settle, you become part of the landscape. It's the only way to be quiet. I won't be a statue for that thing." "Then keep running," the ranger said, and he hung up. I dropped the phone. The wall in front of me was now a topographical map of the bunker, but the lines were moving, shifting to account for my presence in the corner. I was a contour line. I was a landmark. I looked up at the hatch. A thin, wispy finger of white mist was beginning to leak through the seal. It didn't drift down. It reached out like a tentacle, searching for the heat of my body. I stood up, my legs shaking. I looked at the rusted machinery in the corner. There was a heavy iron pry bar leaning against a crate. I grabbed it. I didn't open the hatch. I didn't try to run again. I realized the ranger was right about one thing. The fog followed the movement. It followed the fear. I sat down in the center of the room. I closed my eyes. I began to breathe slow and deep, trying to lower my heart rate. I imagined my mind as a flat, featureless plain. No ridges, no basins, no landmarks. The scratching on the walls slowed. The mechanical voice, which had been beginning to hum in the back of my throat, faded into a dull static. I stayed there for what felt like days. The fog stayed too, hovering just below the ceiling, a silent, watchful presence. We were in a stalemate. I wouldn't map and it wouldn't move. But then I heard it. It wasn't a thump. It wasn't a whistle. It was the sound of a car pulling up outside the hatch. A door slammed. "Hello," a voice called out. It was a young voice full of concern. "Is someone down there? We saw your car on the side of the road. We followed the tracks." My heart spiked. The map on the wall flared into life, the lines glowing with a violent, pulsing yellow. "No," I shouted. "Stay away, get out of here." But it was too late. The hatch groaned as someone pulled it from the outside. The light that poured in wasn't sunlight. It was the blinding, suffocating white of the fog. And as the 2 hikers peered down into the bunker, I saw the figure standing directly behind them, its long, bone-white fingers resting gently on their shoulders. It looked at me, the yellow orbs glowing with a terrible, mocking intelligence. "New landmarks," the voice whispered in my ear. And then the fog poured in, and the world went white. The hikers didn't even scream. That was the most horrific part. The sound of their breathing simply changed. A wet, rattling intake of air that suggested their lungs were instantly filling with that same curdled, pressurized vapor. I watched from my corner as the girl, a blonde in a high-end hiking vest, turned her head toward the creature. Her neck moved with a series of sickening, rhythmic clicks, her spine undulating like a serpent S. She didn't look terrified. She looked vacant, her pupils dilating until her eyes were nothing but twin obsidian voids reflecting the sickly yellow glow of the creature's brow. The man beside her fared worse. As the creature's elongated fingers tightened on his shoulders, his physical density seemed to fluctuate. His flannel shirt began to merge with his skin, the fabric fibers weaving into his pores until he was a marbled statue of meat and cotton. He reached a hand down toward me, perhaps a reflex of help, but the limb stretched. It elongated past the point of anatomical possibility, the elbow snapping and resetting, the fingers tapering into those same bone-white needles I had seen on the fence. The map expands, the voice hummed. It was no longer coming from the walls or the waitress or the air. It was coming from the hikers. They spoke in a perfect, terrifying unison, their voices overlapping to create that flat, mechanical resonance. The perimeter is insufficient. We require more depth, more relief. I scrambled back, the iron pry-bar slick with the cold sweat of my palms. The bunker, which had felt like a tomb moments ago, now felt like a womb, a cramped, suffocating space where something new was being gestated. The fog wasn't just filling the room, it was replacing it. The rusted machinery began to lose its edges, blurring into the white until the crates and the generator were merely suggestions of shapes, ghostly wireframes in a world of milk. "Get away from them," I roared, swinging the pry-bar at the space where the creature stood. The iron passed through the creature's torso as if it were swinging through a thick bank of steam. There was no resistance, no impact, only a sudden, localized drop in temperature that turned the metal bar so brittle it shattered against the concrete floor into a dozen jagged shards. I was left holding a stump of cold iron, my hands vibrating from the shock. The creature didn't move. It didn't need to. The hikers, or what remained of the people who had occupied those bodies, began to descend. They didn't use the ladder. They drifted down, their feet hovering inches above the floor, their movements jerky and choreographed. They began to walk the perimeter of the bunker, their long, needle-like fingers trailing against the walls. Wherever they touched, the concrete didn't just bubble, it bled. A dark, yellowish resin, the same foul-smelling substance that had stained my field notes, oozed from the walls, tracing the lines of a new map. It wasn't the 40-acre parcel anymore. It wasn't even the desert. It was a rendering of a city. I recognized the grid, the coastal curve, the specific cluster of high-rises. It was San Diego. "No," I whispered, the realization hitting me like a physical blow. "You can't. There are millions of people there." "The census is incomplete," the hikers chimed, their heads tilting in perfect synchronization. "The white needs to know where they sit. It needs to know the frequency of their hearts. You will provide the scale." They turned to me. The girl's face was beginning to lose its features. Her nose was smoothing over, her mouth sealing shut into a seam of pale flesh. Only her eyes remained, and they were turning yellow. I realized then what the viewing room was. It wasn't a place on a ridge in Montana. It wasn't a physical structure at all. It was a state of being. To see the fog clearly, you had to become the lens through which it viewed the world. The surveyor wasn't just a scribe. The surveyor was the bridge. My fear, my obsessive need to measure and categorize and understand the boundaries of my reality, was the very tool the fog was using to anchor itself to this plane. By trying to map the threat, I had given it the coordinates it needed to manifest. I bolted for the hatch. I didn't care about the creature or the hikers or the crushing pressure in my chest. I leapt for the ladder, my fingers catching the rungs with a desperate, bruising force. I hauled myself up, expecting a hand to grab my ankle, expecting the whistle to blast my eardrums into silence. But they let me go. I scrambled out of the hatch and into the desert night. The fog was everywhere now, a waist-high sea of white that turned the scrubland into an alien archipelago. The hikers' SUV was idling nearby, its headlights cutting two weak, yellow tunnels into the gloom. I didn't head for my car. I headed for theirs. I jumped into the driver's seat and slammed the door. The interior smelled of coconut air freshener and stale coffee, normal human smells that made me want to weep. I threw the vehicle into gear and floored it, the tires screaming as they caught the gravel. I didn't look in the rearview mirror. I knew what was there. I knew the fog was clinging to the bumper like a loyal hound. I knew the two hikers were standing by the hatch, their elongated shadows stretching out across the desert floor, watching me go with their faceless, yellow-eyed gaze. I drove south, back toward the coast. It was a suicidal impulse, but I had a thought, a jagged, desperate hope born of the ranger's words. It likes to keep its flock in the white where it can watch them. If the fog was a perspective, if it was a leak from a place of primordial stasis, then it thrived on the isolation. It thrived on the thin places where the human footprint was light. San Diego was the opposite of that. It was a roar of signals, a chaotic jumble of millions of lives, a concrete heat sink that defied the natural order. If I could get back to the center of the city, back to the densest, loudest, most neon-saturated part of the Gaslamp Quarter, maybe I could drown it out. Maybe the sheer noise of humanity would act as a jammer for the creature's frequency. As I hit the main highway, the radio in the SUV flickered to life. I hadn't touched the dial. Static hissed through the speakers, a white noise that sounded like the crashing of a distant, frozen sea. Then, the whistling started. It was low at first, a melodic trill that seemed to dance between the speakers. "The wind is rising," a voice said through the static. It wasn't the mechanical tone. It was a woman's voice, the hiker. She sounded like she was standing right behind my ear. "Can you feel the pressure change, Elias? The glass is ready to break." "Shut up," I hissed, gripping the wheel until my joints popped. "You're not real, you're just a projection." "Everything is a projection," she whispered. "The buildings, the asphalt, the tiny, ticking clocks in your pockets, they are just scratches on the surface of the white. We are simply smoothing the paper." I pushed the SUV to 90, then 100. The desert blurred into a gray streak. The fog didn't fall behind. It simply expanded to match my speed. It was a tunnel now, a localized weather system that moved with the car, shielding me from the stars, shielding me from the world. I reached the outskirts of the city around 3:00 a.m. Usually, the 15 South would be sparse but active. Long-haul truckers, late-shift workers, the restless pulse of a coastal hub. But the highway was empty. Not just quiet, empty. There were no cars, no lights in the windows of the suburban sprawl. The streetlights were dark, their elegant, curved necks looking like the skeletal remains of some giant birds. The fog had moved ahead of me. It had arrived first. I drove through the inland valleys, past the darkened malls and the silent car dealerships. Every sign, every billboard was blank. Not white, but erased asterisk. The text, the images, the colors, they had been scrabbled away, leaving behind a smooth, matte surface that looked like uncarved marble. The city was being unmade. I reached the downtown core, my breath coming in shallow, terrified gasps. I looked for the neon I had craved, the reassuring hum I had promised myself. But the skyscrapers were nothing but monoliths of curdled mist. The windows didn't reflect the light because there was no light to reflect. The buildings looked like they had been sculpted out of salt. I pulled the SUV onto Broadway and slammed on the brakes. Standing in the middle of the street was a crowd of people. There must have been hundreds of them. They were standing perfectly still, spaced out at precise intervals like points on a grid. They were all facing west toward the ocean, and they were all changing. I saw a police officer whose uniform was melting into his skin. I saw a group of clubgoers whose bright dresses and button-downs were turning the color of wet slate. They were silent, their heads tilted at that same inquisitive angle, their long, multi-jointed fingers twitching in the cold air. They were mapping. Every one of them was a surveyor now. They were standing at the intersections of the world, their presence anchoring the fog to the streets, the alleys, the homes. I stepped out of the car, the silence of the city pressing against my eardrums like a physical weight. The air was so cold it felt like inhaling needles. "Is anyone there?" I shouted, my voice sounding thin and pathetic in the vast, white canyon of the street. One of the figures turned. It was a child, a boy no older than 7, wearing a pajama top that was now a part of his chest. His face was a smooth, featureless mask, save for the 2 glowing yellow orbs. "The survey is nearly complete," the boy said, his voice a chorus of 1,000 whispers. "The viewing room is open, Elias. You don't need to run anymore. You are the benchmark." I looked toward the harbor. The fog was thicker there, a towering wall of white that reached up into the clouds, and within the wall something was moving. It wasn't just one creature. It was a shape, a geometry that defied the eyes. It was a series of shifting planes and angles, a massive celestial machine made of mist and light. It was the source, the first breath. The ground beneath my feet began to vibrate. Thump, thump, thump. It wasn't a heartbeat. It was the sound of the earth being measured. I looked down at my own hands. The skin was pale, translucent. I could see the dark veins pulsing beneath the surface, moving in rhythms that didn't match my pulse. My fingers felt long, heavy. I looked at the pry bar stump still clutched in my hand. The jagged edge was smoothing over. The iron was turning white. "No," I whimpered. I tried to remember the cabin. I tried to remember the smell of diesel and brine. I tried to remember the feeling of the sun on my face. But the memories were like sketches in the sand, being washed away by a rising tide. The more I tried to hold onto them, the faster they dissolved. I looked back at the crowd of people. They weren't just standing there. They were beginning to move. They were walking toward the harbor, their movements fluid and graceful, a slow-motion procession into the heart of the white. "Come, Elias," the boy said, reaching out a long, tapering hand. "The map needs its center." I looked at the car. I could get back in. I could drive east into the mountains, into the desert, until I ran out of gas or the world ended. But I knew now that there was no way. The fog wasn't a place you could leave. It was a change in the light. It was a shift in the way the universe perceived itself. I looked at the boy. I looked at the towering, impossible shape in the harbor. And then I heard it. A whistle. It wasn't the hollow bird call. It wasn't the mockery of a song. It was a clear, sharp note that cut through the silence like a razor. It came from behind me. I turned. Standing on the roof of the SUV was the ranger. He looked exactly as he had in Montana, the olive drab jacket, the battered Stetson, the worn leather boots. But he wasn't looking at me. He was looking at the thing in the harbor. He held a flare gun in his right hand. "I told you to stop moving, son," he said, his voice gravelly and real, a spike of pure, unadulterated humanity in the white void. "But you never were much for following directions." "How are you here?" I gasped, my voice cracking. "The fog has its surveyors," the ranger said, stepping down from the car with a heavy, solid thud. "And the world has its grounds. I've been trailing this particular bank since the 1980s. It's a stubborn one." He looked at my hands, at the translucent skin and the lengthening fingers. He didn't look horrified. He looked sympathetic. "You're halfway across the border," he said. "If you take that boy's hand, you're never coming back. You'll be a landmark until the sun goes out." "Help me," I pleaded. The ranger raised the flare gun. "Close your eyes, Elias, and for the love of God, don't try to measure the light." He pulled the trigger. The flare didn't go up. It went straight into the heart of the crowd. It wasn't a standard red phosphorus flare. The light that erupted from the casing was a violent, screaming violet, a color so intense it felt like a physical blow to the retinas. It didn't just illuminate the fog, it burned it. The hikers, the police officer, the boy, they didn't scream, but they recoiled, their forms flickering like bad television reception. The white city around us shuddered, the matte surfaces of the buildings cracking to reveal the brick and glass beneath. "Run!" the ranger yelled, grabbing me by the collar of my jacket. His grip was solid. It was warm. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever felt. He dragged me toward an alleyway, away from the harbor, away from the light. Where are we going? I shouted over the sudden, deafening roar of the wind. To the basement, the ranger replied. The fog can't map what it can't see. We need to get below the water line. We dove into the service entrance of a luxury hotel, the ranger kicking the door shut and barring it with a heavy steel rod he pulled from his pack. We descended into the bowels of the building, past the laundry rooms and the boiler tanks, until we were in a cramped, dripping crawl space that smelled of damp earth and old copper. The ranger sat down against a concrete pillar and exhaled a long, shaky breath. He pulled a flask from his pocket and took a pull, then handed it to me. It was cheap bourbon, and it burned like liquid fire. Is it gone? I asked, my hands still shaking so hard I nearly dropped the flask. No, the ranger said. It's just confused. You're a blurred line on the map now. As long as we stay down here in the dark in the dirt, it can't find the coordinates. I looked at my hands. The translucency was fading. The skin was turning back to its natural, sun-reddened tan. The length of my fingers was returning to normal. What now? I asked. The ranger looked at me, his eyes dark and shadowed under the brim of his hat. Now, he said, we wait for the sun, and then we start the real work. What work? The ranger reached into his jacket and pulled out a stack of papers. They weren't field notes. They were blueprints. Blueprints of the city, but with strange, hand-drawn annotations in red ink, circles around specific basements, tunnels, and abandoned subway lines. We can't stop the fog, the ranger said, but we can create a countermap, a map of the places it can't go, a map of the shadows. He looked at me, a grim smile touching his lips. You're a surveyor, Elias. You wanted a job. Well, congratulations. You've just been recruited for the only one that matters. Outside, far above us, the mechanical whistle echoed through the streets of San Diego, a lonely, searching sound that went unanswered. For now. The bourbon was cheap, but it tasted like the only honest thing left in a world made of static. I handed the flask back to the ranger, my fingers still tingling with a receding, pins and needles numbness. The crawl space was cramped, smelling of wet limestone and the rhythmic, mechanical hum of the hotel's massive water heaters. It was a subterranean symphony of the mundane, leaking pipes, the clatter of a distant elevator, the smell of grease, and I clung to those sensations like a drowning man clutching a jagged rock. How many are there? I whispered, my voice echoing off the low concrete ceiling. People like you, people who stay in the shadows. The ranger took another pull from the flask, his Adam's apple bobbing in the dim light of a single flickering bulb overhead. Not enough to win a war, Elias, just enough to keep the borders from blurring completely. We call ourselves the benchmarks, old term from the USGS, a fixed point of reference used for vertical control. In a world that's being unmade, you need something that refuses to move. He spread the blueprints out on the damp floor between us. They were old, smelling of ozone and mothballs. I leaned in, my surveyor's instincts screaming at the sight of them. These weren't just architectural plans for the Gaslamp Quarter. They were overlaid with a frantic, dense calligraphy of symbols I didn't recognize, triangles within circles, jagged lines that seemed to mimic the frequency of a heartbeat, and areas shaded in a deep, bruised purple. The fog isn't a weather pattern, the ranger said, his finger tracing a line along the San Diego trolley tracks. It's a colonial force, but it doesn't want our gold or our land. It wants our definition. It's a vast, sentient lack of information. When it moves into a space, it samples the reality. It looks at a building and it simplifies it. It looks at a person and it averages them out. That's why the hikers lost their faces. They weren't being killed, they were being summarized. I shuddered, remembering the boy's smooth, featureless mask and those predatory yellow eyes. The census, I muttered. They said the census was incomplete. Exactly, the ranger nodded. To the white, we are just noise, chaotic, inefficient noise. It wants to turn the whole world into a clean, silent sheet of paper. And once it has the map perfect, it folds the paper, Everything on it, the cities, the oceans, you, me, we just cease to be three-dimensional. We become part of the geometry. He pointed to a shaded area on the map near the Embarcadero. That's where the first breath is anchored. That thing you saw in the harbor, it's the primary node. If it finishes the scan of the coastline tonight, the fog won't just be in San Diego. It'll be the only thing San Diego ever was. The past will rewrite itself to match the white. So how do we stop it? I asked, though my heart sank at the scale of the task. I was a man who measured land for strip malls and fence lines. I wasn't a soldier. We don't stop it, the ranger said, his eyes hard. We jam it. We introduce noise back into the system. The fog requires a clear line of sight, mathematically speaking. It needs things to be still and predictable so it can categorize them. If we can introduce enough structural entropy, enough unmappable chaos into the node's field of vision, it loses its lock. It's like trying to take a long-exposure photograph of a crowd that won't stop dancing. The image comes out blurred, useless. If the map is useless, the fog retreats to find a simpler target. He reached into his heavy canvas rucksack and pulled out 3 objects that looked like old-fashioned maritime lanterns. But instead of oil reservoirs, they had glass canisters filled with a swirling, iridescent liquid that looked like oil slicks on rainwater. These are chromatic spikes, he explained. They don't emit light in the way you're used to. They emit complication. They project a spectrum of frequencies that are biologically and physically impossible for the fog to simplify. We need to plant them at 3 specific vertices around the harbor. If we can trigger them simultaneously, we create a dead zone, a pocket of reality so dense and chaotic that the first breath will choke on it. And the people, I asked, thinking of the silent crowd on Broadway. The officer, the boy. The ranger looked away, his jaw tightening. They're the relief now, Elias. They're the anchors. When the spikes go off, the fog will pull back, but those who have already started to turn, they'll go with it, or they'll shatter. There's no middle ground once the skin starts to go translucent. The weight of it pressed down on me. I thought of my field notes, my neat columns of figures, my pride in the precision of my work. All my life, I had tried to bring order to the world. Now, the only way to save it was to become the architect of its chaos. Why me? I asked. You could have picked anyone. Why follow me all the way from Montana? Because you saw it and you didn't go catatonic, the ranger said simply. Most people, when the whistle starts, they just open their doors and walk into the white. They want the silence. They want to be simplified. Life is hard, Elias. Being a person is heavy. The fog offers a way to be light, but you fought it with a pry bar. You tried to measure it. You have a stubbornness for the real that is rare. And frankly, he added, checking his watch, you're the only one left in this zip code who hasn't sprouted yellow eyes. He handed me one of the lanterns. It was surprisingly heavy, the liquid inside vibrating with a low, subharmonic thrum that made my teeth ache. We moved through the maintenance tunnels, the ranger commanded, standing up and adjusting his hat. The fog is thickest at street level, but it hasn't fully saturated the old seeping ground below the city. The salt in the soil acts as a natural buffer. It hates the ocean, but it loves the shore. We stay in the dirt as long as we can. We spent the next hour crawling through the humid, dark arteries of the city. It was a labyrinth of rusted iron and weeping concrete. Above us, I could hear the occasional asterisk thump-thump of the earth being measured, the footfalls of the surveyors as they paced out their new world. Every time the sound passed over our heads, the ranger would freeze, his hand going to the hilt of a long, serrated knife at his belt. The hikers, I whispered as we crouched in a junction box beneath Harbor Drive. They're still up there, aren't they? They're the hunters now, the ranger replied. The fog uses their memories of being human to find where we hide. They know where the basements are. They know where the fear smells strongest. Keep your heart rate down. If you start to panic, your frequency spikes. You might as well set off a flare. I closed my eyes and tried to think of something dull. I thought of the way the sun hit the dusty dashboard of my truck. I thought of the taste of lukewarm coffee in a paper cup. I tried to anchor myself to the mundane, to the imperfect, to the beautiful friction of a world that didn't fit together perfectly. We reached the first vertex, a storm drain outlet that opened directly onto the rocky riprap of the marina. The ranger peered out through the iron grating. The harbor was gone. In its place was a vertical wall of white that seemed to hum with 1,000 discordant voices. The water was unnaturally still, like black glass, reflecting nothing. "The first spike goes here," the ranger whispered. "I'll set it. You take the second one. You see that lighthouse, the decorative one at the end of the pier." I looked through the fog. I could just barely make out the silhouette of the small, kitschy lighthouse, its white paint looking ghostly and fragile against the encroaching void. "There's a service hatch at the base," the ranger said. "Get inside, climb to the lantern room and set the spike. Don't turn it on until you see the violet flash from the convention center. That'll be me setting the third." "What if they see me?" I asked, my heart hammering against my ribs despite my best efforts to stay calm. "They will," the ranger said, handing me a small, heavy cylinder. "This is a screamer. If they get too close, pull the pin and throw it. It'll create a localized burst of sensory overload. It won't kill them, but it'll scramble their map for a few seconds. It's your only window. Use it wisely." He gripped my shoulder, his hand like a vice. "Elias, if you feel yourself getting light, if the world starts to look like a drawing, don't look at the fog, look at your hands. Remind yourself of your weight. You are a benchmark, you are fixed. You do not move." With that, he slid the grate aside and vanished into the mist, moving with a silent, predatory grace that suggested he had spent decades playing this game of hide-and-seek with the end of the world. I was alone. I crawled out of the drain and onto the rocks. The air was thick enough to chew. It didn't feel like gas. It felt like a suspension of fine, cold silt. Every breath was a struggle. The silence was the worst part, a pressurized, unnatural quiet that made the sound of my own blood rushing in my ears seem like a roar. I began to pick my way across the riprap toward the pier. The stones were slick with that same yellowish resin I had seen in the bunker. It felt like walking on congealed fat. Halfway to the pier, I saw her. The girl hiker. She was standing on the edge of the boardwalk, her back to me. Her hiking jacket was now a dull, uniform gray, the fabric merging with her skin. Her hair hung in limp, white strands. She wasn't moving, but her head was twitching in small, mechanical increments, scanning the horizon. I froze, pressing myself into a crevice between two large boulders. My breath hitched in my throat. I looked at my hands. They were pale but solid. "I am a benchmark," I told myself. "I weigh 185 pounds. My name is Elias Thorne. I am from Seattle. I like the smell of rain on hot asphalt." The girl turned. Her face was almost completely gone now. Where her nose and mouth had been was a smooth, uninterrupted slope of pale flesh. Only the eyes remained wide, lidless, glowing with a fierce, cold yellow light. She looked down at the rocks, her gaze sweeping past me, then pausing. She tilted her head. "The scale is off," she whispered. The voice didn't come from her throat. It vibrated out of the air around her, a chorus of flat, overlapping tones. There is a distortion in the relief, a shadow that refuses to be smoothed. She stepped off the boardwalk. She didn't fall. She drifted down to the rocks, her feet hovering an inch above the resin-slicked surface. She began to move toward me, her long, multi-jointed fingers twitching with anticipation. "Elias," the voices chimed. "The survey is so beautiful. Why do you insist on being a jagged edge? Why do you want to be a blemish on the white?" I reached for the screamer in my pocket, my fingers fumbling with the cold metal. She was 20 feet away, 15. The air around her was so cold that frost began to bloom on the rocks in her wake. "The viewing room is waiting," she said. "The first breath wants to know the shape of your soul. It wants to catalog your grief. It wants to archive your fear. Give it to us and you will never be tired again." She reached out a hand, her fingers lengthening, stretching toward me like pale, questing worms. I pulled the pin on the screamer and hurled it at her feet. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the world exploded, not with fire, but with everything. A cacophony of sounds, shattered glass, car horns, children laughing, dogs barking, the roar of a jet engine, blasted out of the small cylinder. Simultaneously, it strobed with every color of the visible spectrum, a chaotic, flickering rainbow that tore through the white fog like a serrated blade. The girl shrieked, a sound like metal being ground in a vacuum. Her form began to flicker, her outlines blurring and distorting as the screamer's sensory overload jammed her connection to the fog. She clutched at her featureless face, her body twisting into impossible angles as she tried to maintain her geometry against the onslaught of human noise. I didn't wait to see if she recovered. I scrambled out of the rocks and sprinted for the pier, my boots thudding against the wooden planks. The sound was glorious. It was real. It was loud. I reached the lighthouse and wrenched open the service door. I didn't look back. I took the spiral stairs 3 at a time, my lungs burning, my heart a frantic drum in my chest. I reached the lantern room, a small, glass-walled chamber that should have offered a panoramic view of the bay. Now, it was a cage in the center of a white void. I could see nothing but the milk. I fumbled with the chromatic spike, placing it on the central pedestal where the lighthouse's lamp once sat. My hands were shaking so violently, I almost dropped it. "Come on," I hissed, checking the horizon. "Come on, Ranger." Minutes passed. The screamer's noise had died down, replaced by a silence that felt even more predatory than before. I could hear something scratching at the base of the lighthouse, something heavy, something with too many limbs. Then I saw it. Far to the south, at the top of the convention center's distinctive sails, a spark of violent, screaming violet tore through the white. It was a beautiful, jagged hole in the fog, a vertical line of impossible color that seemed to make the very air bleed. I slammed my hand down on the activation switch of my spike. The canister erupted. The iridescent liquid inside began to spin at a terrifying speed, glowing with a light that hurt to look at. A beam of prismatic energy shot upward, hitting the ceiling of the lantern room and refracting outward, creating a web of shimmering, unstable color that danced across the fog. I looked toward the third vertex, the storm drain where we had parted. A second later, a third beam of violet light shot into the sky. The effect was instantaneous. The fog didn't just dissipate, it recoiled. It pulled back from the 3 points of light as if it had been touched by a hot iron. The silence was broken by a sound like 1,000 windows shattering at once, the sound of the simplified reality being forcibly recomplicated. The viewing room was collapsing. I looked out toward the harbor. The first breath, that massive, shifting geometry of mist, was thrashing. Its planes were folding in on themselves, its angles sharpening until they looked like shards of broken glass. It let out a sound that I will hear in my nightmares until the day I die, a long, descending whistle that sounded like a world-sized funeral dirge. The white wall began to dissolve, revealing the dark, choppy waters of the bay. The streetlights flickered back to life, their orange glow looking like embers in the receding gloom. But as the fog pulled back, I saw the cost. The crowd on Broadway, the girl on the rocks, the boy in the pajamas. They weren't turning back into people. As the fog retreated toward the ocean, it took its relief with it. I watched as hundreds of pale, flickering shapes were pulled across the water, their long fingers reaching out toward the shore one last time before they were swallowed by the collapsing node. They didn't struggle. They drifted into the heart of the first breath, becoming part of its folding geometry, until they were nothing but points of light in a dying constellation. The first breath gave one final, violent shudder and vanished. The fog didn't disappear entirely, it just became fog, normal gray coastal mist that smelled of salt and diesel. The unnatural cold lifted, replaced by the humid warmth of a San Diego night. I collapsed onto the floor of the lantern room, gasping for air that finally felt like air. My hands were solid. My heart was slowing. The world was noisy, messy, and real. I don't know how long I sat there. Eventually, I heard the heavy thud of boots on the stairs. The ranger appeared in the doorway. His hat was gone, and his olive-drab jacket was torn at the shoulder, but his eyes were clear. He looked at the spike, which was now nothing more than a heap of melted glass and dull metal. "You did good, Ilias," he said, his voice weary. "Is it over?" I asked, looking out at the city. Lights were coming on in the hotels. I could hear the distant, confused shouting of people waking up in a world that had almost forgotten them. "In San Diego, for now," the ranger said. He walked to the window and looked out at the dark horizon. "But the map is large, and the white is patient. It'll find another thin place, another surveyor who wants to see the world a little too clearly." He turned to me, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a new set of field notes. He tossed them into my lap. "Get some sleep, son," he said. "We head for the Central Valley at dawn. There's a town near Modesto that just went off the grid. The locals say the air smells like coconut and the shadows have started to walk." I looked at the notes. I looked at my hands, my human, imperfect, trembling hands. I didn't ask if I had a choice. I knew I didn't. Once you've seen the world without its skin, you can never go back to just living in it. You have to become part of the frame. You have to become a benchmark. I stood up, my joints popping, the weight of the world feeling heavier and more precious than ever before. "Modesto," I muttered, tucked the notes into my pocket. "I hear it's flat this time of year, easy to map." The ranger didn't laugh. He just started down the stairs. "Nothing is ever easy, Ilias. That's why we're here." The drive to Modesto was conducted in a silence so thick it felt like a physical weight in the cab of the ranger's battered primer gray Ford. The vehicle had no markings, no government plates, and the interior smelled of ozone and old tobacco. Outside the windows, the California landscape blurred into a smear of gold and dusty green as we climbed out of the coastal basin and into the searing heat of the scrubland. To anyone else, it was a beautiful morning. To me, every fence post looked like a needle stitching a wound shut, and every cloud on the horizon was a threat. "You're staring again," the ranger said. He didn't look at me. His eyes were fixed on the rearview mirror, checking the empty highway behind us. "I'm checking the horizons," I countered, my voice sounding raspy. "Isn't that the job now?" "The job is to notice the difference between a cloud and a structure," he said. "A cloud changes because of the wind. The fog changes because it's thinking. If you stare at the sky long enough, you'll start seeing patterns that aren't there, and that's how it gets a grip on you. Pareidolia is the first stage of the simplification. You start seeing faces in the marble, and then the marble starts seeing you." I looked down at my lap. I was clutching the rucksack he'd given me. A heavy canvas bag filled with 2 more chromatic spikes and a handheld device that looked like a surveyor's transit but was fitted with lenses made of smoked quartz. "What happened to the people in San Diego who didn't turn?" I asked. "The ones who were just sleeping." "They'll wake up with a headache and a gap in their memory," the ranger replied, his voice flat. "The local authorities will call it a freak weather event. A localized chemical leak from the harbor. People love excuses, Ilias. They'll wrap themselves in a lie like a warm blanket because the alternative is knowing that the ground beneath their feet is just a suggestion." "And the ones who were taken." The ranger gripped the steering wheel until his knuckles turned white. "They're data points now. The first breath doesn't kill, it archives. It takes the essence of a thing, its shape, its history, its weight, and it stores it in a non-Euclidean basement. They aren't dead, but they aren't here. They're part of the map." We hit the outskirts of the Central Valley by mid-afternoon. The heat was oppressive, shimmering off the asphalt in oily waves. As we turned off the main interstate toward a small township called Oak Haven, the landscape began to change. It wasn't the white wall I had seen in San Diego. Not yet. It started with the smell. The ranger was right. The air didn't smell like the dry, dusty heat of the valley. It smelled like artificial coconut, cloying, sweet, and chemically pure, like a cheap car air freshener or a bottle of suntan lotion. It was a smell that didn't belong in the dirt. "Smell that?" the ranger asked, slowing the truck. "It's disgusting," I said, covering my nose. "It's a pheromonal mask," he explained. "The fog uses it to soothe the local fauna. If the world smells like a vacation, the brain doesn't trigger the flight response. It's a sensory sedative. We're close." Oak Haven was a town built on agriculture and apathy. A main street lined with boarded-up storefronts, a grain elevator that towered over the flat horizon like a tombstone, and rows upon rows of almond orchards that stretched out in every direction. But as we drove past the "Welcome to Oak Haven" sign, I noticed the shadows. It was 2 in the afternoon. The sun was directly overhead, fierce and unforgiving. By all laws of physics, the shadows should have been short, pooled directly beneath the trees and buildings. Instead, they were long. They stretched toward the east, thin and jagged, like ink spilled across the yellow grass, and they weren't attached to anything. I watched a telephone pole. Its shadow started 10 feet away from its base, a dark, independent line that twitched rhythmically. Further down the road, the shadow of a parked tractor was pacing, moving back and forth in a tight, mechanical loop, even though the tractor itself was rusted and motionless. "The geometry is failing," I whispered, my heart beginning to thrum with that familiar, subsonic dread. "The first breath hasn't fully manifested here yet," the ranger said, pulling the truck into the gravel lot of a closed gas station. "This is a pre-sign. The fog is currently calculating the area, trying to reconcile the three-dimensional space with its own internal logic. It's like a computer trying to render a scene it doesn't have the assets for. The shadows are the first things to desync." He killed the engine. The silence that followed was immediate and terrifying. There were no birds, no cicadas, just the faint, rhythmic thwack-thwack-thwack of the independent shadows hitting the ground. "We need to find the anchor," the ranger said, stepping out of the truck and reaching for his rifle. In San Diego, the node used the harbor as its entry point because of the moisture. Here, in the desert, it'll be looking for something with a high level of repetition, something it can easily categorize and expand. I stepped out onto the gravel. The air felt thin, as if the oxygen was being replaced by something more efficient. I looked toward the almond orchards, thousands of trees planted in perfect, equidistant rows, a grid, a living, breathing map. "The orchards," I said, pointing. The ranger nodded. "A surveyor's eye. You're learning. A grid is an invitation. It's a pre-made lattice for the fog to grow on. If it takes hold of the orchards, it'll use the root systems as a neural network. It'll simplify the entire valley in 48 hours." We began to walk toward the edge of the nearest orchard. The coconut smell was becoming nauseatingly strong, a thick, invisible syrup that seemed to coat the inside of my lungs. As we crossed the threshold from the road into the first row of trees, the light changed. The sun was still there, but it looked flat. It was no longer a burning ball of plasma. It was a yellow disc cut out of construction paper and pasted onto a sky that was a shade of blue too perfect to be real. "Don't look up," the ranger warned. "Keep your eyes on the ground. Watch the seams." I looked down. Between the rows of trees, the dirt was beginning to lose its texture. The clods of earth, the fallen leaves, the irrigation pipes, they were all smoothing out, becoming a uniform, matte gray surface. It looked like a low-resolution video game that hadn't finished loading. "Hey," a voice called out. I jumped, my hand flying to the screamer in my pocket. Coming down the road toward us was a man in overalls. He looked like any other farmer, his face lined by years of sun, a trucker hat pulled low over his eyes. But as he got closer, I saw the drift. He wasn't walking. His legs were moving in a walking motion, but his body was sliding across the ground at a constant velocity, his boots never actually making contact with the dirt. He was gliding on a layer of white mist that was beginning to seep out of the almond trees. "You boys lost?" the farmer asked. His voice was pleasant, but it had that same overlapping choral quality I had heard in San Diego. "This is private property. The survey is currently in progress. We're recalibrating the yield." The ranger raised his rifle, but he didn't fire. "Who's we, Miller?" The farmer smiled. His teeth were too white, too even. They looked like a single, solid piece of porcelain. "The architects, we're removing the noise. Did you know that no two almonds in this orchard are exactly the same shape? It's a tragedy, a waste of processing power. We're fixing it. We're making them all optimal." He held out a hand. In his palm sat an almond. It was perfectly symmetrical, a flawless matte brown ovoid that looked like it had been turned on a precision lathe. It didn't look like food. It looked like a symbol. "The first breath is coming for the valley, Ranger," Miller said, his yellow eyes beginning to glow with a soft inner light. "Why fight it? You're so tired. I can see the weight of your memories. They're so heavy. All those people you couldn't save. All those maps you couldn't finish. Wouldn't you rather be a perfect line?" The ranger's finger tightened on the trigger. "I like my lines crooked, Miller, and I like my almonds bitter." "A pity," Miller said. He didn't move, but the trees around him did. The almond trees began to tilt, not in the wind, but in a synchronized mathematical wave. Their branches lengthened, turning into sharp white needles that reached toward us. The mist, which had been a thin haze at our feet, suddenly surged upward, thickening into that familiar, impenetrable wall. "Run," the ranger barked. He fired 3 rounds into Miller's chest. There was no blood. Instead, 3 perfect, glowing holes appeared in the farmer's overalls, emitting a high-pitched whistling sound like air escaping a pressurized tank. Miller didn't fall. He just tilted his head, his face beginning to dissolve into that smooth, featureless slope. We bolted deeper into the orchard, the white fog closing in behind us. This wasn't like the city. There were no buildings to hide in, no basements to offer sanctuary. There was only the grid, the endless, repeating rows of trees that were now becoming a cage of white geometry. "We have to break the pattern," the ranger shouted over the rising whistle of the wind. "The grid is their strength. We need to find the center of the orchard, the point where the irrigation hub is. That's the heart of the network." I struggled to keep up, my boots slipping on the increasingly smooth ground. The world was becoming a sketch. The trees were losing their bark, turning into gray cylinders. The leaves were becoming triangles. I felt a terrifying lightness in my limbs, as if my very bones were being hollowed out to make me easier to carry. "Elias, look at your hands," the ranger yelled. I looked. My fingers were starting to blur at the edges, the skin turning the color of milk. I can't feel the ground," I gasped, stumbling. The ranger grabbed me by the collar and slammed me against one of the gray cylinders that used to be a tree. The impact hurt, a sharp, wonderful human pain. "Listen to me," he hissed, his face inches from mine. "The fog isn't just outside you, it's a perspective. It's trying to convince you that you're simpler than you are. You are a mess of contradictions, Elias. You're a man who measures things because he's afraid of the infinite. You're a man who hates the cold but loves the rain. You are a beautiful, chaotic disaster. Hold on to that." He reached into his bag and pulled out a small, jagged piece of rusted iron. He pressed it into my hand. It was an old, broken horseshoe, covered in grit and dried mud. "Focus on the rust," he commanded. "Focus on the imperfection. The fog can't calculate rust. It's too random. It's the signature of time and decay. It's the one thing the first breath can't archive." I gripped the horseshoe, the rough edges digging into my palm. The pain and the texture acted like an anchor. The blurring at the edges of my vision slowed. The world stopped being a sketch and regained some of its grime. Better, the ranger asked. Yeah, I breathed, my voice shaking. Yeah, I'm here. Good, because the hub is just ahead, and it's not going to be empty. We pushed through a final row of trees and emerged into a circular clearing. In the center sat the irrigation hub, a complex tangle of pumps, pipes, and valves, but it had been transformed. The metal had been overwritten. It now looked like a sculpture made of frozen smoke, a spire of shifting, translucent glass that pulsed with a low, rhythmic light. Around it, dozens of hikers, the simplified remains of the town's residents, were kneeling. They weren't praying. They were acting as biological processors, their heads tilted back, their yellow eyes projecting beams of light into the spire. In the center of the spire, suspended in the air, was a small, glowing sphere. That's it, the ranger whispered. The seed. If that thing matures, it'll pulse, and the entire Central Valley will be reed in a single breath. How do we stop it? I asked, looking at the dozens of featureless figures surrounding the hub. We don't just jam it this time, the ranger said, his expression grim. We have to overload it. We're going to use the spikes, but we're not going to set them at the vertices. We're going to throw them directly into the seed. You said they create a dead zone, I reminded him. If we set them off that close, the reality collapse will be localized, the ranger said. But it'll be violent. We'll have about 10 seconds to get outside the clearing before the noise becomes lethal. If we're caught in the feedback loop, our atoms will be scrambled into the same chaos we're emitting. He handed me a spike. On my mark, we run in, plant the spikes at the base of the spire, and then we run like hell toward the truck. Don't look back. No matter what you hear, no matter who calls your name, you do not look back. I looked at the spire, then at the rusting horseshoe in my hand. I shoved the iron into my pocket, a permanent reminder of the friction of being alive. Ready, I said. The ranger didn't give a countdown. He simply stood up and charged. We sprinted across the smooth, gray clearing. The kneeling figures didn't move at first. They were too deep in their trance, their minds linked to the first breath's calculation. But as we reached the base of the spire, the air began to scream. The spire flared with a blinding white light. The hikers stood up in unison, their movements perfectly synchronized, like a troupe of macabre dancers. They didn't have mouths, but they let out a collective, vibrating moan that shook the very marrow of my bones. Plant it, the ranger yelled, slamming his spike into the base of the glass structure. I jammed mine into a gap between two pulsing, translucent pipes. The liquid inside the canister began to boil instantly, the iridescent colors clashing with the pure white light of the spire. Go, go, go. We turned and ran. Behind us, the clearing erupted into a kaleidoscope of impossible noise. It wasn't an explosion of heat. It was an explosion of asterisk meaning. I heard the sounds of 1,000 different lives, screams, whispers, music, the sound of a hammer hitting a nail, the sound of a mother humming to a child. The noise was so dense it felt like being hit by a physical wall of water. The ground beneath us began to buckle. The smooth, gray surface cracked, revealing the dark, messy dirt underneath. The almond trees shivered, their geometric shapes shattering like glass as their true, crooked forms were forced back into existence. Elias, a voice called out from behind me. It was my mother's voice. She had been dead for 10 years. Elias, honey, why are you running? It's so quiet here. Come back and rest. My heart lunged into my throat. My feet faltered. The urge to turn around to see her face, to walk into that soft, white silence was almost overwhelming. The weight of my grief, my loneliness, the sheer exhaustion of the last 24 hours, it all pulled at me, trying to slow my pace. I am a benchmark, I whispered to myself, my fingers clutching the rusted horseshoe in my pocket. I am Elias Thorne. I am a man who measures the world, and the world is not quiet. I didn't turn. I kept running, my boots pounding against the uneven, beautiful earth. We reached the truck just as a massive, prismatic shockwave tore through the orchard. The white fog didn't just retreat, it was shredded. It dissolved into harmless mist, the coconut smell replaced by the pungent, wonderful scent of damp earth and diesel fuel. The Ranger threw himself into the driver's seat and cranked the engine. It roared to life, a loud, smoky, imperfect machine. "Did we win?" I gasped, collapsing into the passenger seat. The Ranger looked out the window. In the distance, the irrigation hub was just a pile of twisted metal. The hikers were gone. Whether they had been saved or taken, I couldn't tell. The sun was setting now, a messy orange and purple bruise on the horizon. "We stopped the sigh," the Ranger said, putting the truck in gear. "But the first breath is still out there, Elias. It's a big world. There are a lot of places left to map." He looked at me, a ghost of a smile touching his lips. "But you're still heavy, that's a start." As we drove away from Oakhaven, I looked at the rearview mirror. The shadows were short again, clinging to the bases of the trees where they belonged. The world was noisy, dirty, and complicated. And for the first time in my life, I didn't want to measure a single inch of it. I just wanted to live in the mess. The truck's cabin smelled of old tobacco, stale sweat, and the sharp, ozone-heavy tang of the discharge we just triggered. It was a human smell, a chaotic and unfiltered stench that I breathed in like it was the purest mountain air. The Ranger didn't head back toward the interstate. Instead, he navigated a series of crumbling frontage roads that hugged the skeletal remains of the irrigation canals. He drove with a frantic, twitchy energy, his eyes constantly darting to the rearview mirror, checking not for police or survivors, but for the horizon. "The resonance will linger," he said, his voice gravelly and strained. "The spikes didn't just break the seed, they created a puncture. For a few hours, this patch of the valley is going to be loud in a way the architects can't process. It's like a flashbulb going off in a dark room. They'll be blinded here, but they'll be drawn to the perimeter to see what caused the interference." "Where are we going?" I asked. My hands were still shaking, my fingers cramped from gripping the rusted horseshoe. I couldn't bring myself to let go of it. The iron felt like a tether to the physical world, a weight that kept my soul from drifting off into the mathematical ether. "A relay station," he replied. "There's a group, or there was a group, near Fresno. They call themselves the cartographers of the static. They've been tracking the breath since the first manifestation in the Gobi Desert back in '98. If anyone has a long-range screamer or a way to see the global grid, it's them." I looked out the window. The almond orchards were passing by in a blur of brown and green. They looked normal now, but I couldn't unsee the cylinders and triangles. I knew the truth. The world was a skin stretched thin over a void of logic, and something was currently trying to iron out the wrinkles. "You said this happened in '98, I asked. "Why didn't we hear about it? Why isn't this on the news?" The Ranger let out a short, bark-like laugh. "How do you report on something that archives the reporter? The Gobi event was classified as a geological anomaly. A few square miles of desert just smoothed out. No dunes, no rocks, just a sheet of glass-like silica. The satellites couldn't even lock onto it because there were no shadows for the software to reference. The government didn't hide it. They just didn't have the vocabulary to describe it, so they ignored it. We've been ignoring the first breath for decades, Elias. We called it urban decay, missing persons, climate shifts. We gave it names we could understand so we wouldn't have to face the fact that the map is being rewritten from the bottom up." As the sun dipped lower, the sky turned a bruised, angry purple. The heat of the day began to bleed away, replaced by a sudden, unnatural chill. It wasn't the cooling of a desert night. It was the absence of thermal energy. "The temperature is dropping too fast," I noted, looking at the frost beginning to bloom on the edges of the windshield. The Ranger cursed and floored the accelerator. "The feedback from the spike. It's drawing the heat out of the local environment to fuel the reality stabilization. Hang on." The truck bucked as we hit a patch of road that shouldn't have been there. The asphalt was suddenly perfectly level, devoid of any potholes or cracks. The tires hummed with a high-pitched musical whine. We were hitting a seam again. "It's not over," I whispered. "It's never over," the ranger snapped. "It's a constant negotiation. We're just trying to keep the borders messy." We reached the outskirts of a small industrial park near the Fresno city limits as the last of the light failed. The buildings here were low-slung warehouses and cold storage facilities, their corrugated metal siding reflecting the pale, sickly glow of a moon that looked too large and too round. The ranger pulled up to a nondescript warehouse with a sign that read Valley Agrologistics **. He didn't wait for me. He was out of the truck and at the heavy steel door in seconds, pounding a rhythmic code against the metal. Thud, 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 thud. A small slide window opened. A pair of eyes, magnified by thick glasses and bloodshot from lack of sleep, peered out. "The wind is blowing," a voice whispered from inside. "And the grass is screaming," the ranger replied. The heavy bolt slid back with a screech of protesting metal. We slipped inside, and the door was slammed and locked behind us. The interior of the warehouse was a chaotic hive of activity. It was the antithesis of the Oakhaven orchard. Cables snaked across the floor in tangled heaps. Walls were covered in hand-drawn maps, pinned-up photographs of blurred landscapes, and flickering monitors displaying jagged, erratic waveforms. A dozen people were hunched over workstations, their faces illuminated by the blue light of old CRT monitors. The air smelled of burnt coffee, solder, and unwashed bodies. It was beautiful. "Miller's dead," the ranger announced to the room. A woman in a grease-stained lab coat looked up from a table covered in disassembled radio parts. "And the Oakhaven no. Disrupted, but the feedback loop is going to pull a lot of heat. We need to check the regional pressure. How close is the main front?" The woman sighed, rubbing her temples. "The first breath has reached the grapevine. Lowe's Angels is 60% archived. We lost contact with the Santa Monica Pier 4 hours ago. The signal just flattened. No static, no noise, just a perfect, empty carrier wave." She turned her gaze to me. "Who's the surveyor?" "Elias Thorne," the ranger said. "He's got the sight. He saw the shadows desync before I did." The woman walked over to me, her eyes scanning my face with a clinical intensity. She reached out and grabbed my hand, the one still clutching the horseshoe. She didn't try to take it, she just looked at it. "Rust," she whispered. "Good. You're holding on to the decay. I'm Sarah. I used to be an architect. Now I'm a demolitionist of the ideal." "What's happening in LA?" I asked, my voice cracking. I have friends there." Sarah's expression softened, but only slightly. "LA is being optimized. The 405 was the first thing to go, a perfect, infinite loop of gray ribbon. The buildings are being simplified into blocks. The people, well, they're being archived into the data basement the ranger told you about. They're still there, Elias, but they aren't people anymore. They're variables in a larger equation." She led us to a massive map of California pinned to the far wall. It was covered in red and white pins. The red pins were concentrated around the coast and the major valleys. The white pins were scattered, seemingly at random, in the mountains and the deep deserts. "The first breath follows the path of least resistance," Sarah explained, pointing to the red clusters. "Infrastructure, grids, power lines, irrigation, anything that humans have already tried to organize, the fog takes and perfects. It's like a virus that feeds on our desire for order." "And the white pins?" I asked. "The anomalies," she said. "Places where the geometry is too broken to be easily read. Old shipwrecks, junk yards, ancient forests with non-linear growth patterns. The noise of the world, that's where we're building the resistors." She tapped a white pin located in the high Sierras. "There's a massive granite formation here called the Shattered Tooth. It's a geological nightmare, fractal, irregular, and constantly shifting due to tectonic micro-movements. We've been hauling tons of scrap metal and industrial waste up there for months. We're turning the mountain into a giant, jagged antenna of pure chaos. A beacon, the ranger said, nodding. Not just a beacon, Sarah corrected. A poison pill. If we can lure the core of the first breath into trying to archive the shattered tooth, the complexity will be too high. The system will crash. It won't stop the fog everywhere, but it might force a reboot of the local reality. It could buy us years. But the fog is already here, I said, thinking of the farmer Miller and the way his legs glided over the ground. It's not just a cloud, it's intelligent. It's not intelligent in the way we are, Sarah said, returning to her workbench. It's a process. It's a divine janitor trying to clean up a messy room. It doesn't hate us. It just thinks we're clutter. Suddenly, one of the monitors on the far wall began to emit a steady, rhythmic pulse. The waveforms, which had been jagged and frantic, began to smooth out into perfect sine waves. The room went silent. Pressure dropped, one of the technicians whispered. Internal, inside the warehouse. My heart hammered against my ribs. I looked down at the floor. The tangled cables were no longer tangled. They were straightening themselves out, aligning into perfect parallel lines. The dust on the floor was shifting, forming into neat, concentric circles around the center of the room. It's inside, the ranger roared, raising his rifle. How did it get inside? We're shielded. The smell, I whispered. The cloying, suffocating scent of artificial coconut was filling the room, bubbling up from the floor drains and seeping through the vents. It was so thick I could almost taste it, a sugary, chemical film on my tongue. The surveyor, Sarah gasped, her eyes wide with terror. Elia's look at the map. I turned to the wall. The hand-drawn maps were changing. The ink was bleeding, the messy human lines of the mountains and rivers straightening into a grid. The red and white pins were falling off, one by one, hitting the floor with a sound like hailstones. In the center of the warehouse, the air began to shimmer. It wasn't a mist this time. It was a distortion, a ripple in the air like heat rising off a highway. From the ripple, a figure emerged. It wasn't Miller. It wasn't a hiker. It was a woman. She was wearing a simple white summer dress that didn't move, even though the warehouse fans were blowing at full blast. Her face was beautiful, but it was the beauty of a mannequin, flawless, symmetrical, and utterly devoid of life. Her eyes were two solid spheres of polished gold. The noise is so loud here, she said. Her voice didn't come from her mouth. It vibrated in the air around us, 1,000 voices speaking in perfect unison. It's a cacophony of waste, all this effort to preserve the broken, the decayed, the unnecessary. She looked at Sarah, then at the ranger, and finally her gaze settled on me. Elias Thorne, she said, the man who measures. You spend your life trying to define the world, to put it into neat little boxes of inches and feet. Why do you fight the ultimate measurement? Why do you cling to the rust when you could be part of the gold? She held out a hand. Her skin was a shade of white that shouldn't exist in nature, a color that felt like a slap to the eyes. The survey is nearly complete, she continued. The Central Valley is being reconciled. Your species has spent millennia trying to find meaning in the chaos. We are the meaning. We are the final, perfect answer to every question you've ever asked. The ranger fired. The bullet struck the woman in the chest, but there was no impact. The lead slug simply slowed down as it entered her aura, its shape distorting until it became a perfect, silver sphere. It dropped to the floor with a dull asterisk thud, rolling to a stop in the center of a dust circle. The ranger is a relic, the woman said, her golden eyes glowing brighter. A broken tool, but you, Elias, you have the capacity to see the architecture. You can help us map the transition. You can be the bridge between the noise and the silence. I felt a pull, a physical magnetic tug in the center of my chest. The weariness I had been carrying since San Diego suddenly felt like a mountain. The woman was right. I was tired. I was so tired of the grime, the uncertainty, the fear. The silence she offered was beautiful. It was a world without mistakes, a world where every line was straight and every shadow was in its place. "Don't listen to her," Sarah screamed, throwing a heavy lead battery at the figure. The battery, like the bullet, transformed as it approached the woman. It turned into a matte black cube, its acid and lead neutralized into a harmless, inert solid. The woman ignored her, stepping toward me. Her feet didn't make a sound. The ground beneath her became a smooth, white path, the concrete floor of the warehouse dissolving into the same non-Euclidean substance I had seen in the orchard. "Give me the iron, Elias," she whispered. "Give me the rust, it's hurting you. It's a jagged, ugly thing. Let it go." My hand began to open. The horseshoe, my anchor, started to slip from my palm. I looked at the woman's face, and for a second I saw my own reflection in her golden eyes. But I didn't look like myself. I looked clean. I looked like a statue. I looked like a man who had never felt pain or loss. And that was when I realized the horror of it. If I gave her the rust, I wasn't just giving up the pain. I was giving up the memory of the hands that had forged that horseshoe. I was giving up the history of the horse that had worn it, the dirt it had trodden, the years of rain that had turned the iron into that rough, orange crust. I was giving up the asterisk story. The first breath didn't just archive things, it erased the context. It took the noun and deleted the verb. "No," I croaked. I gripped the horseshoe so hard the rusted edges sliced into my palm. The blood, hot, red, and messy, dripped onto the white path at the woman's feet. The white surface hissed. Where my blood hit, the geometry buckled. The perfect path cracked, the gray concrete of the warehouse floor reasserting itself like a healing wound. The woman's golden eyes flickered. For the first time, I saw a flash of something like confusion, or perhaps just a processing error. "Blood is noise," she said, her voice dropping an octave. "It is a biological inefficiency." "It's my noise," I snarled, stepping forward. I didn't run away this time. I walked right into the shimmer of her aura. The cold was agonizing. It felt like my skin was being peeled off with a razor. Every cell in my body was screaming as the fog tried to simplify me, to turn my DNA into a more efficient sequence. But I held on to the pain. I fed it. I thought of every mistake I'd ever made, every surveyor's map I'd botched, every person I'd loved and lost. I summoned the chaos of a human life and shoved it into the silence. "Ranger the spike," I yelled. The ranger didn't hesitate. He didn't use the spike on the woman. He threw it at the warehouse's main power transformer, a massive, humming beast of copper and oil in the corner of the room. "Elias, get back." I lunged away from the woman, just as the spike detonated. This wasn't like the orchard. Inside the confined space of the warehouse, the noise explosion was catastrophic. The transformer didn't just blow. It turned into a fountain of liquid lightning and distorted sound. The electrical grid of the entire industrial park was sucked into the vacuum of the dead zone. The woman in the white dress didn't scream. She simply began to pixelate. Her form broke apart into thousands of tiny, glowing squares, each one a different shade of white. She tried to reach for me, but her hand was already a cloud of geometry. "The survey must continue," the choral voice whispered, fading into a low-frequency hum. Then, with a sound like a giant glass window shattering, she vanished. The warehouse plunged into total darkness. The silence that followed was heavy, but it was a natural silence. I could hear the wind whistling through the cracks in the walls. I could hear Sarah's ragged breathing. I could hear the drip, drip, drip of my own blood hitting the floor. "Is everyone alive?" Sarah asked, her voice trembling. A few muffled groans answered her. The technicians began to stir, fumbling for flashlights. The ranger found me in the dark. He put a heavy hand on my shoulder. "You held the line, kid. You held the line." I looked down at my hand. In the beam of his flashlight, I saw the horseshoe. It was still there, but it was different. The rust had been burned off in the blast, leaving the iron beneath dark and pitted. And where my blood had soaked into the metal, it had left a permanent, dark stain. "We have to move," Sarah said, her flashlight beam cutting through the settling dust. "That was just a scout, a herald. If they're sending heralds into the shielded zones, it means the first breath is accelerating. They aren't just calculating anymore. They're hunting." "Where to?" I asked, wiping my bloody hand on my jeans. The ranger looked at the map on the wall. The pins were gone, but the paper was still there, torn and scorched. He pointed to the empty space where the high Sierras should be. "To the Shattered Tooth," he said. "We're done measuring the world, Elias. It's time we started breaking the ruler." We gathered what supplies we could: screamers, spikes, jugs of water, and crates of old, irregular hardware. As we loaded back into the truck, I looked up at the moon. It was still too round, too perfect. But as a cloud of dark, ragged smoke from the destroyed transformer drifted across its face, I felt a grim sense of satisfaction. The world was still a mess, and as long as it was a mess, we were still in the fight. The truck roared to life, its engine coughing and sputtering in the cold night air. We pulled out of the warehouse lot, leaving the optimized roads behind and heading for the jagged, unpredictable shadows of the mountains. Behind us, the fog continued its slow, silent march across the valley, a wall of white perfection that promised a world without pain, without hunger, and without a soul. I reached into my pocket and touched the iron. It was cold, hard, and perfectly imperfect. The road to the high Sierras was no longer a road. It was a memory of transit being overwritten by a more efficient algorithm. As the ranger's truck climbed out of the central valley, the transition was visible in the rearview mirror. The lights of Fresno didn't flicker or fade. They simply aligned. The chaotic orange glow of sodium vapor lamps and the neon hum of strip malls merged into a singular, unwavering white luminescence that hugged the grid of the streets like a shroud. It looked like a circuit board being tinned with solder. "Don't look back," Sarah said from the cramped back seat, her lap piled high with salvaged circuit boards and a heavy, brass-bound notebook. "The visual processing is the easiest way for it to get a hook into you. If you try to make sense of the geometry behind us, your brain starts trying to solve the image. That's how the desync starts." I kept my eyes fixed on the dashboard. The analog needles for the fuel and temperature gauges were twitching rhythmically, ticking like a heartbeat that wasn't quite human. Every few miles, the ranger would reach out and slap the dash, a violent, kinetic shock that seemed to reset the needles for a few minutes. "Why the brass?" I asked, nodding towards Sarah's notebook. "And the grease on your coat, it's not just from the machines, is it?" Sarah looked down at her hands. They were stained with a mixture of graphite, motor oil, and something thicker, a dark, pungent resin. "Lead and carbon," she said. "The first breath struggles with heavy elements and organic decay. It likes things clean, light, and mathematical. We use the grime to anchor ourselves. My notes aren't written in ink. They're etched into the paper with a lead stylus and sealed with pine pitch. It's too heavy for the fog to easily reindex. It's loud data." The truck hit a transition. The asphalt beneath us suddenly turned into a translucent, milky substance that felt like driving on frozen gelatin. The tires didn't grip. They slid with a sickening, frictionless glide. The ranger cursed, hauling on the steering wheel. "It's reaching up the foothills. The Fryenkern Canal must have been archived. It's using the water lines as a high-speed data bus." He slammed the truck into four-wheel drive, the mechanical grind of the transfer case sounding like a scream of defiance in the quiet cabin. The gears caught, biting into the weird, slick surface, and we fishtailed onto a dirt shoulder that was still, thankfully, composed of irregular rocks and stubborn, twisted scrub oak. "The Shattered Tooth is another 3 hours at this pace," the ranger said, his knuckles white on the wheel. "If the fog hits the granite before we can prime the resistor, the mountain will just become a monument, a perfect, smooth pyramid of salt." "What exactly is the resistor?" I asked. I felt the horseshoe in my pocket, a heavy weight against my thigh. My palm, where the metal had cut me, was throbbing, a hot, rhythmic pulse that felt like the only real thing left in a world of ghosts. It's a feedback loop, Sarah explained, leaning forward. Think of the first breath as a supercomputer trying to render a video game. It has a finite amount of processing power for any given area. If we give it something too complex to render, something with infinite non-linear variables, it stutters. It lags. The shattered tooth is a natural fractal. We've spent months adding noise to it. We've hung thousands of wind chimes made of mismatched alloys. We've painted the rocks with pigments that change color based on the acidity of the rain. We've buried random number generators powered by decaying isotopes deep in the caves. We're making a glitch, the ranger added. A big, ugly, unresolvable error in the middle of their perfect map. The air outside began to change. The fog wasn't a wall here. It was a series of long, thin fingers reaching through the canyons, following the contours of the creek beds. It looked like spilled milk flowing uphill. Where the mist touched the trees, the jagged, bark-covered trunks smoothed out into gray cylinders. The leaves didn't fall. They simply vanished, replaced by a uniform, pale green haze that looked like a low-resolution texture. Suddenly, the truck's radio roared to life. It wasn't static. It was a melody, a hauntingly beautiful, perfectly harmonic sequence of notes that felt like they were being played directly inside my skull. "Turn it off," Sarah yelled. The ranger reached for the knob, but it wouldn't turn. The plastic had fused into the dashboard, becoming a single, seamless piece of molded gray. He grabbed a heavy wrench from the floorboards and smashed the radio face, but the music didn't stop. It grew louder, the vibrations rattling the windows. "It's not the radio," I gasped, covering my ears. "It's the glass. The windshield is vibrating." I looked at the glass. Tiny, geometric patterns, hexagons and perfect circles, were etching themselves into the safety film. The world through the windshield was beginning to look like a kaleidoscope. The mountains were being sliced into neat, manageable triangles. "Elia's the iron," the ranger barked. "Press it to the glass now." I pulled the horseshoe out. My hand was shaking so hard I almost dropped it. I leaned forward and slammed the stained, pitted iron against the center of the windshield. The effect was instantaneous. Where the iron touched the glass, a web of chaotic, jagged cracks erupted. The beautiful, geometric patterns shattered. The music turned into a discordant, screeching howl, the sound of a violin being crushed in a vise, and then died away into the low, irregular thrum of the engine. The windshield was a ruin of spider-webbed fractures, but through the mess, I could see the road again. It was dark, winding, and full of potholes. It was beautiful. "Good lad," the ranger exhaled, his breath coming in short, jagged gasps. "Keep it there. Don't let go." We climbed higher. The temperature dropped, but it wasn't a clean, crisp mountain cold. It was a sap-draining, artificial chill that smelled of ozone and that same, cloying coconut scent. As we rounded a sharp switchback, the shattered tooth finally came into view. It was a nightmare of a mountain. Even in the dim, unnatural moonlight, it stood out against the horizon like a jagged bone protruding from the earth. It was a chaotic jumble of granite spires, deep shadows, and sheer, irregular cliffs. But it wasn't just the geology that was wrong. The mountain was draped in what looked like a web of junk. Massive chains of rusted iron swung from the peaks. Brightly colored streamers of plastic and silk fluttered in the wind. Huge, misshapen piles of scrap metal, old car engines, twisted rebar, broken appliances, were bolted to the rock faces. It looked like a temple built by a madman out of the world's trash. "It's gorgeous," Sarah whispered, her eyes shining with tears. "Look at the entropy. It's magnificent." At the base of the mountain, a small cluster of trailers and tents sat huddled together. A few figures were moving around, their headlamps cutting through the growing gloom. These weren't the clean, efficient figures of the fog. They were dirty, hunched, and moved with a frantic, desperate energy. The ranger pulled the truck into the center of the camp and killed the engine. The silence that followed was terrifying. A man in a heavy parka, his face covered in a thick, unkempt beard, ran up to the truck. "Ranger, Sarah, you're late. The pressure is redlining. We've got archivists appearing in the lower canyons." "Did you get the core primed, Miller?" the ranger asked, stepping out of the truck. He paused, his face darkening. "Sorry, habits. Is the core primed, Henderson?" Henderson nodded, his eyes darting to the fog-filled valley below. "The isotope generators are online. The noise floor is at 90 decibels, but we can't get the final sequence to trigger. The logic gate keeps trying to stabilize itself. It's like the mountain is trying to heal the damage we're doing." "It's the first breath," Sarah said, jumping out of the truck and grabbing her notebook. "It's already begun the reconciliation process on the peak. It's trying to simplify the fractal before we can trigger the surge." She looked at me. "Elias, we need the iron and we need the blood." "What?" I asked, stepping back. "The resistor isn't just a machine," Sarah said, her voice urgent. "It's a bridge. The fog is a purely mathematical construct. To break it, we need a hard variable, something that is fundamentally biological and fundamentally entropic. The iron is the decay. The blood is the life. Together, they create a paradox the system can't resolve." The ranger grabbed a heavy pack from the back of the truck. "We have to climb. The trigger is at the summit, in the center of the needle. If we don't get there in the next 20 minutes, the fog will reach the base, and we'll all be archived before we can flip the switch." We started up the mountain. It wasn't a trail. It was a scramble over loose rock and jagged metal. The air was thick with the sound of the wind chimes, a discordant, clashing symphony of copper, steel, and glass that made my teeth ache. The fog was rising behind us, a sea of white light that was slowly swallowing the camp. I saw one of the tents vanish. One moment it was a flapping, messy piece of canvas, and the next it was a perfect gray cube. Then the cube vanished too, leaving nothing but a smooth, flat patch of ground. "Don't look down," the ranger shouted over the roar of the wind. We reached a narrow ledge about 500 feet up. A massive, rusted iron pipe, 3 feet in diameter, was bolted to the rock, leading straight up toward a jagged spire that looked like a broken tooth. "The needle," Sarah pointed. As we climbed, the air began to shimmer. The distortion was more intense here. I saw a bird, a hawk, fly into a patch of fog near the cliff. In midair, its wings stopped flapping. Its feathers smoothed into a single aerodynamic surface. It didn't fall. It simply glided in a perfect, straight line until it vanished into the white. "It's here," I whispered. A figure stepped out from behind a granite boulder. It was another one, another herald. This one looked like a man in a surveyor's vest, my vest. He was holding a transit level that was made of solid gold. His eyes were the same terrifying, polished spheres. "Elias Thorne," the herald said. The voice was mine, but stripped of all its hesitation, all its warmth. "The map is being perfected. Why do you struggle against the inevitable? The chaos of the mountain is a fever. We are the cure." The ranger raised his rifle, but the herald didn't move. "The lead will not find me, Ranger," the herald said. "The lead is already being recalculated. Look at your weapon." The ranger looked down. The heavy steel barrel of his rifle was softening, turning into a translucent, glass-like substance. It drooped like a wilted flower. He cursed and threw the useless thing at the herald's head. It shattered into 1,000 perfect, square shards before it even hit. "The iron, Elias," Sarah hissed, her hand clutching the rock face. "The iron is the only thing that's real enough to hurt them here." I stepped forward. The herald looked at me, a faint, pitying smile on its flawless face. "You are so small, Elias. A collection of carbon and water destined to rot. Why choose the rot? Give me the horseshoe. Let the history end. Let the silence begin." The herald reached out. As its hand approached me, I felt my own skin beginning to change. The hair on my arms was smoothing down, the pores closing. My heartbeat was slowing, becoming a steady, mechanical tick. I looked at the horseshoe in my hand. It was ugly. It was covered in my dried blood and the dark, scorched marks of the warehouse blast. It was a piece of junk. And it was the only thing I had left. "You want it?" I screamed, the sound tearing at my throat. "Take it." I didn't hand it to him. I lunged forward, slamming the jagged, rusted edge of the iron into the herald's golden eye. There was no blood. There was no scream. There was the sound of a system error. A high-pitched digital shriek erupted from the herald's mouth. Where the iron touched the gold, the perfection began to unravel. The herald's face didn't bruise, it pixelated. The image of the surveyor's vest flickered, revealing a glimpse of the terrifying, empty void beneath. The herald stumbled back, its form blurring and shaking like a corrupted video file. "Noise," it gasped, the choral voice breaking into 1,000 discordant screams. "Too much noise." "Run," the ranger yelled. We scrambled past the flickering, glitching herald and made the final push for the summit. The air was so thick now, it felt like swimming through syrup. Every movement required a monumental effort of will. We reached the top, a small, flat plateau dominated by a bizarre construction. It was a massive, circular array of mismatched antennas, copper coils, and humming generators, all centered around a single, upright pillar of raw, unpolished granite. "The trigger," Sarah pointed to a heavy, industrial lever at the base of the pillar. It was encased in a thick layer of protective lead. The fog was pouring over the edge of the plateau now, a white tide that was erasing the world. I could see the shapes of more heralds emerging from the mist, dozens of them, all moving in perfect, synchronized steps. "Elia's the horseshoe. Place it in the gap," Sarah yelled, pointing to a recessed slot in the lead casing. I ran to the pillar. The slot was just the right size. I jammed the iron into the hole. Now the blood. I looked at my hand. The cut from earlier had scabbed over. Without hesitating, I grabbed a jagged piece of scrap metal from the floor and sliced deep across my palm. I gripped the iron horseshoe, my blood flowing over the metal and into the inner workings of the machine. The effect was instantaneous. The generators, which had been humming at a steady, harmonic frequency, suddenly shifted. The sound became a chaotic, grinding roar. The copper coils began to glow, not with white light, but with a dirty, flickering orange. The heralds stopped. They began to vibrate, their forms blurring as the noise from the resistor hit them. "Pull the lever," the ranger screamed, his voice barely audible over the cacophony. I grabbed the heavy handle. It was cold, so cold it felt like it was burning my skin. I planted my feet and pulled with everything I had. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the mountain spoke. A massive, invisible pulse of pure, unadulterated chaos erupted from the needle. It wasn't a sound. It was a physical shockwave of entropy. The white fog didn't just dissipate, it shattered. I saw the perfect world being torn apart. The smooth, gray cubes turned back into tents. The glass-like trees erupted back into bark and leaves. The heralds didn't vanish, they broke. Their golden eyes cracked, their white dresses stained with the sudden, violent return of dust and dirt. The sky above the high Sierras, which had been a flat, featureless gray, suddenly exploded into a riot of stars. Not the neat, organized stars of a planetarium, but the messy, swirling, infinite clusters of a real galaxy. The pulse hit the valley below. I watched as the white shroud over Fresno was ripped away, replaced by the flickering, irregular lights of a city struggling to survive. The roar in my ears grew until it was unbearable, and then, with a final, violent jolt, the world went black. When I opened my eyes, the first thing I smelled was smoke. Real smoke, the smell of burnt insulation, old oil, and damp earth. I was lying on the granite plateau. The resistor was a blackened ruin, The copper coils melted into slag. Sarah was sitting nearby, her face covered in soot, clutching her notebook like a holy relic. The ranger was standing at the edge of the cliff, looking out over the valley. The fog was gone. Not everywhere. I could still see a faint white glow on the distant horizon near the coast, but the central valley was dark, messy, and alive. I looked down at my hand. The horseshoe was gone. In its place was a scorched, irregular mark on the lead casing of the trigger. "Did we win?" I croaked, my throat feeling like it was full of glass. The ranger turned around. He looked older, more tired than I'd ever seen him, but his eyes were clear. "We bought time, Elias," he said, walking over and offering me a hand. "The system crashed. It's going to have to reboot, re-index the local data. It'll take them months, maybe years, to try and archive this sector again." "And the people," I asked, "the ones who were archived?" Sarah looked down at her notebook. "They're back, but they won't be the same. They'll have gaps in their memories. They'll feel a sense of wrongness they can't quite name, but they're human. There's still noise in the system." I stood up, my legs wobbling. I looked out at the stars. They looked beautiful. They looked distant. They looked like they didn't care about us at all. "What now?" I asked. The ranger looked toward the distant, glowing white line on the coast. "Now," he said, "we go to Los Angeles. I hear they've got a real problem with the 405. I felt in my pocket. The horseshoe was gone, but I found a small, jagged piece of granite that had been broken off in the blast. It was rough, ugly, and perfectly unique. I gripped it tight and followed the ranger back down into the dark, beautiful mess of the world. The descent from the shattered tooth was a grueling, knee-knocking nightmare of reality. Every slip of a boot on loose scree, every sharp inhalation of thin, cold air felt like a victory. My hand throbbed with a dull, insistent ache where I had sliced it, the blood now a tacky, dark crust that smelled of salt and iron. It was a foul smell, a human smell, and I found myself pressing my nose to my palm, just to confirm that the world hadn't turned back into coconut-scented static while I wasn't looking. We reached the base camp as the first bruised purples and oranges of a true mountain dawn began to bleed over the eastern peaks. The camp was a wreck. The trailers were dented, their sides scorched by the discharge from the resistor, and the tents were sagging under the weight of a sudden heavy dew. But they were there. They were canvas and nylon and dirt. Henderson was sitting on a plastic crate, his head in his hands. When he looked up at the sound of our boots, his eyes were bloodshot and watering. "It's noisy," he croaked, a manic grin splitting his beard. "God, listen to it. The crickets are back. I can hear the creak. It's so loud I can't think." He was right. The silence of the fog had been replaced by the chaotic, overlapping symphony of a living ecosystem. The wind didn't just blow. It whistled through the pines, rattled the loose siding of the trailers, and carried the scent of damp pine needles and wood smoke. It was a sensory assault. "Status on the valley?" the ranger asked, not slowing down as he headed for the truck. "The interference pattern held," Henderson said, standing up and swaying slightly. "The reconciliation failed. We're seeing fragmentation across the entire San Joaquin grid. The first breath withdrew its nodes to the coastal shelf. They're regrouping. But Elias," he looked at me, his gaze flickering to my bloodied hand. "The heralds, they didn't all dissipate, some of them. They got stuck." "Stuck?" I asked. "Half-rendered," Sarah interjected, her pen flying across the damp pages of her notebook. "When the logic gate collapsed, it caught them mid-transition. They aren't heralds anymore, but they aren't whatever they were before either. They're echoes, ghosts in the machinery of the real world." I thought of the man in the surveyor's vest, his face pixelating into a scream of pure data. I wondered if he was still up there on the ledge, a flickering shadow of a man caught between a perfect map and a jagged mountain. The ranger didn't wait for further explanation. He tossed a heavy rucksack into the bed of the truck and gestured for us to get in. "We can't stay here. The system will try to patch this area soon. It'll send in a secondary wave, not a full archive, but a cleanup crew. We need to be long gone before the surveyors arrive with their golden levels. As we pulled out of the camp, the truck's tires spitting gravel, I looked back at the shattered tooth. The mountain looked smaller now, less like a nightmare and more like a survivor. The junk draped over its peaks, the rusted chains, the mismatched chimes, looked like the jewelry of a scavenger queen. It was beautiful in its ugliness. The drive down the mountain was different this time. The fog hadn't vanished entirely. It lingered in the deep shadows of the ravines, thin and wispy, no longer a predatory wall but a retreating ghost. We passed through the town of Shaver Lake. It was a ghost town in a different sense now. People were beginning to emerge from their homes, standing on their porches with expressions of profound, hollow confusion. I saw a woman standing in her driveway, staring at a garden hose. She was holding it as if she had never seen such an object before, her thumb tracing the ribbed texture of the green rubber. She looked up as we drove past, and for a second, our eyes met. There was no gold in her pupils, but there was a terrifying vacancy, a look of someone who had been erased and then hastily redrawn by an artist who had forgotten the details. "Will they remember?" I asked, my voice cracking. "Parts," Sarah said, staring out the window. "They'll remember the smell of coconuts. They'll remember a feeling of peace that they can never quite find again. It's a specialized kind of trauma. We call it the nostalgia of the void. Some people never recover. They spend the rest of their lives looking for the fog, hoping it will take them back and finish the job." The ranger gripped the steering wheel, his knuckles white. "Better to be a broken human than a perfect statue. Keep your eyes on the road, Elias. We're not out of the woods yet." By the time we hit the outskirts of Fresno, the sun was fully up, but it was a pale, sickly thing filtered through a haze of smoke and dust. The city was a mess. The perfect gray cubes I had seen earlier had reverted to their original forms, but the transition hadn't been clean. Buildings were scarred with strange, geometric patterns where the fog had begun its work. Cars were stalled in the middle of the intersections, their drivers sitting dazed behind the wheels. But there was movement. Emergency sirens were wailing in the distance, a discordant, beautiful sound. Fire crews were working on a blaze near the airport. People were shouting, arguing, crying. It was chaos. It was wonderful. The ranger pulled into a derelict gas station on the south side of town. The pumps were dead, the windows boarded up with plywood that had started to rot. He killed the engine and sat there for a moment, his head resting against the headrest. "We need to ditch the truck," he said. "The first breath tracks anomalous signatures. This vehicle has been through too many glitches. It's glowing like a beacon on their sensors by now." "Where are we going?" I asked. "I told you, Los Angeles," he said, opening the door. "The 405 is a primary data artery for them. If they can render the commute of 10 million people into a static loop, they've won the West Coast. There's a cell in Topanga Canyon working on a high-frequency noise generator. They need the iron you used on the needle, or what's left of it." "The iron is gone," I said, showing him my empty pockets. "It melted into the lead." The ranger looked at me, a small, grim smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "The iron isn't just a horseshoe, Elias. It's the intent. It's the blood. You've got the noise in you now. You're a walking system error." Sarah hopped out of the truck, her backpack heavy with her notebooks and isotope sensors. She looked tired, her skin sallow in the morning light, but her eyes were burning with a terrifying intellect. "He's right, Elias. You've been unmapped. The system tried to process you and you broke the teeth of its gears. That makes you very dangerous to them and very useful to us." I looked at my hands. They were shaking. I wasn't a hero. I was a surveyor who liked things neat and orderly. I liked maps. I liked knowing where the boundaries were. But the boundaries were gone now. The world was a smudge, a blur of static and survival. "I just want to go home," I whispered. "Home is being archived, Elias," the ranger said, his voice softening just a fraction. "Every house you ever lived in, every street you ever walked, It's all being converted into a more efficient version of itself. If you want a home, you're going to have to fight for the right to keep it messy. He walked to the back of the gas station and kicked in a side door. Inside was a cluttered garage, smelling of grease and old tires. Under a heavy canvas tarp sat a battered, mid-90s sedan. It was ugly, primer gray, and looked like it had been assembled from 3 different cars. No computers, the ranger said, patting the hood. Purely mechanical fuel injection. No GPS. No sensors. It's a ghost car. The first breath won't even see it. To them, it'll just look like a pile of unrendered junk moving down the highway. We piled into the car. It smelled of stale cigarettes and French fries. It was the most comforting smell I had ever encountered. As we pulled out onto the highway, heading south toward the Tejon Pass, I looked out the rear window. The shattered tooth was a jagged silhouette against the morning sky, a lone tooth holding back the tide of the void. The highway was a graveyard of abandoned vehicles. We wove through them, the ranger driving with a focused, predatory intensity. Occasionally, we would see a patch of fog lingering under an overpass, and I would feel the hair on my arms stand up. I would grip the jagged piece of granite in my pocket, feeling its sharp edges dig into my palm, and the feeling would pass. "Tell me about the heralds," I said after an hour of silence. "If they aren't people, what are they?" Sarah turned in the front seat, her notebook open on her lap. "They're templates. The first breath takes the biological data of the inhabitants and distills it. It strips away the contradictions, the secrets, the irrational impulses. What's left is a perfected version of a human being. A herald is just a shell, a physical interface designed to make the transition more palatable for the ones who haven't been archived yet. They're the salesman of the apocalypse. And the one who looked like me. It was trying to mirror you," she said. "It was showing you what you could be if you just stopped struggling. No more fear, no more pain, just stillness. To a system like the first breath, human suffering is just inefficiency. It thinks it's doing us a favor by deleting it." "It's a lie," I said. "Of course it's a lie," she snapped. "But it's a very beautiful one, that's why it's winning." We hit the grapevine around noon. The climb up the pass was slow, the old sedan groaning under the strain. Below us, the valley was a patchwork of clarity and haze. I could see the seams now, places where the world didn't quite line up, where a row of power lines would suddenly end in midair or a patch of forest would turn into a blur of green pixels. The ranger slowed down as we reached the summit. Ahead of us, the descent into the Lowe's Angels Basin was visible. I gasped. The city wasn't gone, but it was being transformed. A massive, shimmering dome of white light sat over the heart of the basin. It wasn't a solid object. It was a swirling vortex of fog, miles wide and thousands of feet high. From the center of the vortex, a beam of pure, blinding white light shot straight up into the sky, piercing the clouds. "The processor," the ranger whispered. "They've established a hard point in the Santa Monica Mountains. They're not just archiving the city, they're using the collective data of 10 million people to power the next phase of the expansion." The scale of it was staggering. Compared to the fog in Fresno, this was a hurricane. The edges of the dome were constantly shifting, pulsing with a rhythmic, hypnotic light. I could see the perfect towers of the new city rising within the mist, spires of white salt and glass that made the skyscrapers of downtown look like toys. "We're going into that?" I asked, my heart hammering against my ribs. "We're going to the edge of it," the ranger said. "The resistor in Topanga is our only shot at destabilizing the perimeter. If we can break the dome, the feedback loop will tear the processor apart." We began the descent. The air grew warmer, but it was a heavy, stagnant heat. The radio in the sedan, which had been dead for hours, suddenly let out a soft, melodic chirp. "Everything is in its right place," a voice whispered through the speakers. It wasn't a broadcast, it was a vibration in the wires. "Why do you seek the thorns when the rose is so smooth?" The ranger smashed the radio face with his fist. But the voice continued, coming now from the vents, from the dashboard, from the very air inside the car. Elias, Sarah, Miller, your data is being recovered. Your paths are being optimized. Welcome home. Don't listen to it, Sarah hissed, her hands over her ears. It's a reconciliation subroutine. It's trying to find a frequency that resonates with your nervous system. I looked at my hand. The scabs were itching. I looked at the dashboard. The cracks in the plastic were beginning to smooth over. The repair was starting again. The Ranger floored the accelerator. The old sedan roared, the engine screaming as we plummeted down the mountain toward the white wall of the city. "Hold on," he yelled. We hit the base of the pass and veered off the main highway onto a narrow, winding road that led into the canyons. The fog here was different. It was thick, heavy, and tasted of ozone. It clung to the windshield like grease. Suddenly, the car lurched. The steering wheel spun wildly in the Ranger's hands. "The road," I screamed. I looked through the windshield. The asphalt was vanishing. It wasn't being destroyed. It was being simplified. The winding, potholed road was turning into a perfectly straight gray line that led directly into a cliff face. "It's rewriting the geography," Sarah yelled. The Ranger slammed on the brakes, but the pedal went soft under his foot. The car didn't stop. It began to glide, the tires no longer spinning, as if we were being pulled along a magnetic rail. "Elias, the stone," the Ranger barked. I pulled the jagged piece of granite from my pocket. I didn't wait for instructions. I leaned over the seat and jammed the sharp edge of the rock into the dashboard, right above the speedometer. I felt a jolt of static electricity shoot up my arm, a bone-deep vibration that made my teeth rattle. For a second, the car flickered. I saw the rusted, oily reality of the garage we had found it in, and then the smooth, gray interior of a perfected vehicle. I pushed harder, twisting the stone, grinding the grit of the mountain into the plastic. The car let out a violent shudder. The engine coughed, a cloud of black, oily smoke erupting from the hood. The perfect road ahead of us shattered like glass, revealing the narrow dirt track beneath. The tires regained their grip, spitting gravel as the Ranger wrestled the car back into a turn. We skidded sideways, narrowly missing a tree that was half bark and half glass, and roared deeper into the canyon. The voice on the radio turned into a screech of feedback, and then died. We drove in silence for a long time, the only sound the frantic ticking of the cooling engine. We were deep in the heart of the canyon now, the walls of rock rising up on either side of us like the ribs of a giant beast. "We're close," Sarah whispered, checking her sensors. "The noise floor is rising. I can feel the interference." Up ahead, tucked into a fold of the canyon, I saw a structure. It wasn't a trailer or a tent. It was a geodesic dome made of rusted scrap metal and copper wire, perched on the edge of a sheer drop. It looked like a giant, metallic burr stuck to the side of the mountain. As we approached, a group of people emerged from the dome. They didn't look like the heralds. They didn't even look like the Rangers. They were covered in wires, their clothes reinforced with plates of lead and iron. Some of them had strange, humming devices strapped to their chests. One of them, a woman with a shaved head and a face covered in intricate, tattooed fractals, stepped forward. She held a device that looked like a modified Geiger counter. She pointed it at our car, and the device let out a low, steady growl. "They're dirty," she shouted over her shoulder. "Bring them in." The Ranger stopped the car and we climbed out. My legs felt like jelly. I looked at the woman with the tattoos. Her eyes were piercing, intelligent, and entirely human. "I'm Miller," the Ranger said, stepping forward. "I've got Sarah, and I've got the catalyst from the north." The woman looked at me, her gaze lingering on my blood-stained hand and the piece of granite I was still clutching. "You're the one who broke the tooth," she said. It wasn't a question. "I'm Kale. Welcome to the last messy place on Earth." She turned and led us toward the dome. As I stepped through the entrance, I felt a sudden, profound sense of relief. Inside, the air didn't smell like coconuts or ozone. It smelled of sweat, stale coffee, and the hot, ozone-heavy scent of overloaded electronics. It was crowded, noisy, and chaotic. In the center of the dome, a massive machine was humming. It looked like a heart made of junk, pulsing with a rhythmic, irregular beat. "The resistor," Sarah whispered, her eyes wide. "No," Kale said, her voice grim. "This is the transmitter. The resistor was just the fuse. This is the bomb." She looked out through a small, reinforced window toward the white dome of Los Angeles. "The first breath thinks it's finished the map," she said. "But they forgot one thing. A map is only useful if there's someone left to read it. We're going to give them so much data they'll choke on it." I looked at the machine, then back at my hand. The noise was still there, a rhythmic pulse in my blood. I knew then that I wasn't going back to my old life. I wasn't going back to my maps and my boundaries. I was part of the noise now, and the noise was getting louder. Kale didn't give us time to adjust to the cramped, static-charged atmosphere of the dome. She moved with a jagged, kinetic energy, her tattooed skin seemingly vibrating in sync with the massive machine at the center of the room. The air here felt thick, not with the cloying sweetness of the fog, but with a dry, metallic heat that made the back of my throat itch. It was the smell of a short circuit, of a hard drive pushed past its thermal limit. "Sarah, get your logs to the interface at Station 4, Kale barked, pointing toward a desk buried under a mountain of stripped copper wiring and glowing vacuum tubes. "Miller, check the perimeter sensors. The dampeners are redlining. The system is pushing back." The ranger nodded and disappeared into the shadows of the dome's curved walls. I stood there, still clutching the piece of granite, feeling like a ghost in a machine shop. I was a surveyor. I understood the geometry of the land, the way a slope collapsed or a river meandered. But this nest of wires and desperate intent, was a geography of a different kind. "And you," Kale said, turning her sharp, fractal-patterned gaze on me. "The error, come here." She led me toward the central pillar of the transmitter. Up close, it was even uglier. It wasn't a sleek piece of technology, it was a mechanical tumor. It was composed of salvaged microwave emitters, old radio towers, and what looked like the cooling fans from a dozen industrial servers. In the center of the mess, suspended by a web of heavy-duty fishing line, was a single, blackened iron anvil. "The iron creates the hiss," Kale explained, her voice dropping to a low hum to compete with the machine. "The first breath operates on perfect frequencies. It's like a symphony where every note is mathematically predetermined. This machine, it's a scream. It's a discordant, ugly, beautiful scream that the system can't harmonize, but it's not loud enough. Not yet." "What do you want from me?" I asked. My hand was throbbing, the rhythm of my pulse matching the erratic flicker of the vacuum tubes. "The ranger said you broke the needle at the shattered tooth," she said, reaching out to touch the granite in my hand. Her fingers were cold, but I felt a spark of static jump between us. "You didn't just use the iron, you introduced a logic plague. You looked at the perfection and you chose the dirt. That choice has a signature, Elias. It's a cognitive dissonance that the archive can't process." She pointed toward a glass chamber at the base of the anvil. It was filled with a swirling gray liquid that looked like mercury mixed with ash. "This is the noise. It's a concentrated solution of nonlinear data, corrupted files, scrambled memories, the raw, unfiltered chaos of a human mind under duress. We need to bridge it. We need a biological conductor who has already survived the patch and come out broken." "I'm not a conductor," I whispered. "I'm just a man who wants to sleep in a house that doesn't melt." "There are no houses left, Elias," Kale said, her voice softening but losing none of its edge. "Look out there." She pulled back a heavy lead-lined curtain. Through the reinforced glass, the Los Angeles basin was no longer a city. It was a white sea. The dome of light had expanded, swallowing the foothills. The perfect towers I had seen earlier were now crystalline monoliths, pulsing with a terrifying rhythmic glow. I could see the lines of the 405, but it wasn't a road anymore. It was a glowing fiber optic cable, miles wide, pulsing with the data of millions of optimized souls. The first breath is finalizing the local render, Kale said. Once that light hits the ocean, it'll use the salt water as a conductor. It'll flash archive the entire Pacific coast in seconds. We have maybe 3 hours before the update becomes permanent. Sarah walked over, her face pale. Kale, the isotope readings from the north. They're changing. The fog isn't just taking data anymore. It's rewriting the laws of physics. The density of the air inside the dome is 3 times what it should be. People aren't just being stored. They're being compressed. They're being turned into fuel, Miller said, appearing from the shadows. He looked older than he had an hour ago, his shoulders sagging under the weight of his vest. I saw a herald near the canyon mouth. It wasn't trying to talk. It was just waiting, like a vulture. The dome suddenly groaned. A sound like a giant finger scratching against a balloon echoed through the space. The lights flickered, turning from a warm amber to a sterile, blinding white, then back again. "It's found us," Kale hissed. She turned to me, her eyes desperate. "Elias, get in the chair." Behind the transmitter was a seat salvaged from a fighter jet, stripped of its upholstery and wrapped in copper mesh. A series of electrodes hung from the ceiling like a mechanical crown of thorns. "What happens if this works?" I asked, my heart hammering. "The transmitter will broadcast your noise directly into the processor's heart," Kale said. "It'll be like a virus. It won't kill the system, but it will force it to reboot. It will break the render. The world will go back to being a mess. People will wake up. They'll be terrified, they'll be confused, and half the city will probably be on fire because the perfect structures will collapse back into ruins. But they'll be real. And if it fails, then we become part of the map," Sarah said softly. "A very small, very efficient footnote." I looked at the chair. I thought about the woman in Shaver Lake, staring at her garden hose with those hollow, erased eyes. I thought about the surveyor on the mountain, pixelating into a scream of pure data. I thought about my own house, my own messy, disorganized life, and how much I missed the sound of a dripping faucet. I sat down. The copper mesh was cold against my skin. Kale began to strap my arms down, her movements precise and fast. She placed the crown of electrodes on my head, the needles pricking my scalp. "Stay focused on the jagged things," she whispered in my ear. "Think about the rust. Think about the pain in your hand. Think about every mistake you've ever made, every regret, every sharp edge of your soul. Don't let it smooth you out." "Wait," I said, my voice trembling. "What about the nostalgia of the void? Sarah said people go looking for the fog if we break it. Will they be okay?" "No," Kale said, stepping back toward the control panel. "They'll be broken, but they'll be ours." She slammed a heavy lever downward. The world exploded into static. It wasn't a sound. It was a physical assault. It felt like my brain was being scrubbed with steel wool. I saw the room through a veil of digital snow. The transmitter began to spin, the central anvil glowing a dull, angry red. The noise in the glass chamber began to boil, turning from gray to a violent, bruised purple. I screamed, but the sound was swallowed by the hum. "Elias," the voice returned. It wasn't coming from a speaker now. It was coming from inside my own thoughts. "Why do you resist the clarity? The noise is so loud. The noise is so heavy. Let us take the weight." I saw a vision of a city made of glass. I saw myself standing on a balcony, looking out over an ocean that was as smooth as a mirror. There was no wind. There was no hunger. There was no fear. It was a world where every line was straight, where every color was pure, where the sun never set because the light was part of the very air. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. "Just let go, asterisk," the voice whispered. "The map is almost complete. You are the last missing piece. Without you, the world is unfinished. With you, it is perfect." My grip on the granite loosened. My muscles relaxed. The static began to fade, replaced by a soft, melodic chime. I felt the noise in my blood begin to settle, the rhythmic pulse smoothing out into a long, steady hum. Elias, no. The voice was faint, distant. It sounded like Sarah, but she was miles away, trapped in a world of dirt and rust. Why would I want to go back there? Why would I want to be a surveyor of mud and broken fences when I could be a prince of the Crystal City? Then I felt a sharp, agonizing sting in my palm. The granite, I hadn't dropped it. As my hand relaxed, the jagged edge had sliced deep into the meat of my thumb. The pain was sudden, hot, and gloriously messy. It was a jagged, ugly sensation that didn't belong in the Crystal City. I leaned into the pain. I squeezed the rock, feeling the blood slick my palm. I thought about the smell of the ranger's old truck, the stale fries and the cigarette smoke. I thought about the way the wind felt when it was too cold and bit at your ears. I thought about the feeling of being lost in the woods, the terrifying, wonderful uncertainty of not knowing what was over the next ridge. I don't want to be perfect, I roared, the sound tearing through the melodic chime. I reached out with my mind, not toward the Crystal City, but toward the machine. I fed the pain into the copper wires. I fed the memory of the pixelated surveyor and the rusted chimes of the scavenger queen. I took all the inefficiency of my life, the failed relationships, the missed deadlines, the scars on my knees from childhood falls, and I threw them into the transmitter like a handful of gravel into a jet engine. The dome shook. The transmitter let out a sound like a dying god, a screech of feedback that shattered the glass in the windows. Outside, the white dome over Los Angeles began to flicker. The beam of light shooting into the sky wavered, the white purity bleeding into a chaotic spectrum of colors. I saw the perfect towers begin to warp. They didn't fall, they glitched. They stretched and compressed, turning into jagged pillars of static before snapping back into the ruined shapes of the old skyscrapers. "It's working," Kale shouted, though I could barely hear her over the roar in my head. "The loop is breaking. Keep feeding it, Elias. Give them the noise." I closed my eyes and dived into the chaos. I became a conduit for every broken thing I could remember. The sound of a glass breaking on a kitchen floor, the stutter of a dying engine, the feeling of a fever, the sight of a sunset filtered through smog and ash. The pressure in my head was immense. I felt like my skull was going to crack open. The first breath was fighting back, trying to overwrite my memories with its own sterile data. For every jagged rock I threw, it countered with a smooth pebble. For every scream, it offered a lullaby. But the noise had a power the perfection didn't. It was unpredictable. It was alive. Suddenly, the tension snapped. A massive shockwave of blue light erupted from the transmitter. It threw me back against the chair, the electrodes tearing away from my skin. The dome was filled with a blinding, strobe-like light, and then silence. Absolute heavy silence. I opened my eyes. The dome was dark, save for the faint, orange glow of a few surviving vacuum tubes. The transmitter was silent, the central anvil cracked in half. The air was cold now, and it smelled of ozone and damp earth. I unbuckled my straps with trembling hands and slumped to the floor. My head felt like it had been hollowed out with a spoon. I started, but my voice failed me. Kale was standing by the window, her silhouette dark against the outside world. She didn't say anything. She just pointed. I crawled to the window and looked out. The white dome was gone. The beam of light had vanished. Los Angeles lay below us, a dark, sprawling bruise under the moonless sky. There were fires, dozens of them, orange sparks in the blackness. I could hear sirens again, hundreds of them, a discordant, beautiful chorus rising from the canyons. The perfect towers were gone, replaced by the familiar, messy skyline of downtown, scarred and broken but real. The fog was still there, but it was thin, a low-hanging mist that clung to the ground like a defeated animal. It wasn't glowing. It wasn't pulsing. It was just fog. "We broke the render," Sarah said, leaning against the wall. She looked exhausted, her face streaked with soot. "The system is in a hard reset. It'll take them days, maybe weeks to recalibrate. Will they come back? I asked. They always come back, Miller said, appearing from the darkness. He was holding a rifle, his eyes fixed on the canyon road. But now we know how to fight them. We know the frequency of the noise. Kale turned away from the window. Her tattooed face was grim. This was just one processor, Elias. There are others. In New York, in London, in Tokyo. The first breath is a global archive. We've saved the coast for now. But the map is still being drawn. I looked at my hand. The cut from the granite was deep, the blood starting to dry in the cold air. It hurt. It was messy. It was imperfect. I looked out at the burning city. It was a disaster. It was chaos. Good, I whispered. We stayed in the dome for the rest of the night, watching the city wake up to its own ruin. The radio in the corner, a battered old transistor set, began to crackle. It wasn't the voice of the system this time. It was a human voice, frantic and terrified, broadcasting from a police precinct in Van Nuys. Is anyone out there? Does anyone know what happened? The sky just broke. We need help, we need. The voice cut out, replaced by the steady, comforting hiss of static. We need to move, Kale said, picking up a heavy rucksack. The cleanup crews will be here by dawn. They'll be looking for the source of the interference. They'll be looking for you, Elias. Where are we going? I asked. South, she said. There's a relay station in the Baja. If we can link the transmitter there to the one we just built, we can create a permanent dead zone along the border, a place where the fog can't go. I stood up, my legs still shaky. I looked at the broken anvil in the center of the room. I thought about the perfect, painless world the system had offered me. For a second, just a tiny, flickering second, I felt a pang of regret. I felt the nostalgia of the void. But then I felt the sting of the cut on my hand, and the cold draft coming through the shattered windows, and the weight of the granite in my pocket. I followed them out of the dome and into the dark, messy, wonderful night. The fog was waiting at the bottom of the canyon, thin and gray. As we descended, I didn't look away. I didn't close my eyes. I watched it swirl around our boots, a retreating ghost in a world that refused to be neat. Something was walking in the fog, but for the first time, it wasn't us. It was the memory of a perfection that had failed. And as the sun began to rise over the scarred mountains, I realized that the map wasn't the world. The world was the thing that happened when the map caught fire. The descent from the ridge was a grueling, physical penance. My joints felt like they had been soldered together by the transmitter's discharge, each step a jarring reminder of my own structural flaws. Kale led the way with a predatory grace, her silhouette cutting through the thinning mist like a fin through shallow water. Behind me, Miller and Sarah moved with the rhythmic, heavy footfalls of people who had spent their entire lives retreating from a ghost that finally had a face. The air at the base of the canyon was different now. The crystalline sweetness, that cloying scent of ozone and vanilla that had heralded the first breath's arrival, had curdled. It smelled of wet asphalt, rotting sagebrush, and the sharp, acidic tang of a city beginning to burn. It was the smell of reality reasserting itself, and it was foul. The silence won't last, Kale said, her voice barely a whisper, yet it carried over the crunch of gravel. The system is like a self-healing mesh. It doesn't just break, it reroutes. Right now, it's treating the Lowe's Angels Basin as a corrupted sector. It's isolating the data, but eventually it will send the cleaners. The heralds, I asked, my tongue feeling thick in my mouth. No, Miller grunted, adjusting the strap of his rifle. The heralds are the recruiters. They're the ones who convince you that the void is a warm bath. The cleaners are the antibodies. They don't talk, they just delete. We reached the trailhead where a battered, matte black SUV was idling, its headlights dimmed to amber slits. A man I didn't recognize was behind the wheel, his face a map of deep-set wrinkles and silver stubble. He didn't ask questions. He just shoved a crate of ammunition aside to make room for us. As we piled into the cramped, grease-smelling interior, I looked back at the mountain. The dome was a dark tooth against the pre-dawn sky. For a moment, the air around the summit shimmered, a brief prismatic ripple that suggested the render was trying to stitch itself back together. Then it snapped, the light dying into a dull, flat gray. "The border is 6 hours if we take the back roads through the high desert," the driver said, his voice a gravelly baritone. "The 15 is a graveyard. People woke up mid-drive when the pulse hit. The perfect autopilot systems didn't know how to handle the sudden return of friction." "Go," Cale commanded. As the vehicle lurched forward, I leaned my head against the cold glass of the window. The world outside was a strobe light nightmare of half-finished transitions. We passed a suburban neighborhood where the houses on the left side of the street were normal, stucco peeling, lawns brown and neglected, while the houses on the right were still trapped in the update. They looked like architectural renders made of solidified moonlight, glowing with an internal, sterile radiance. Between them, the street was a jagged fault line where the asphalt met a shimmering, translucent grid. In one driveway, a man was standing over a lawnmower. He wasn't moving. He was staring at his own hands, which were flickering between flesh and a glowing, blue geometry. He looked like a man trying to remember a dream that was slowly turning into a scream. "Don't look at them," Sarah said softly from the seat next to me. She was cleaning a smudge of grease from her forearm, her eyes fixed on her task. "If you look too long, you start to feel the resonance. Your brain tries to sync back up with the frequency. It's like a song you can't get out of your head." "I can't stop hearing it," I admitted. "The chime, it's quieter, but it's still there." "That's the nostalgia," Cale said from the front seat, not turning around. "It's the psychological hook. The first breath doesn't just conquer, it seduces. It offers a version of you that doesn't hurt, Elias. It offers a version of the world where nothing is lost. It's hard to hate a God that promises you'll never have to say goodbye to anything ever again." "But it's a lie," I said, clutching the piece of granite in my pocket. The sharp edge poked my palm, a grounding sting. "It's not a lie," Cale corrected, her voice chillingly clinical. "It's an optimization. To the system, a memory is just data. A person is just a set of variables. If you can express a human soul as a mathematical equation, you can solve for peace. We just happen to be the remainder that doesn't fit the formula." We drove in silence for a long time, weaving through the outskirts of the Inland Empire. The chaos was everywhere. We saw optimized cars smashed into concrete dividers, their passengers beings of pure, glowing light, sitting calmly in the wreckage, waiting for a recovery command that would never come. We saw a dog barking at a tree that was half oak and half glass, the animal's primal fear the only honest thing in the landscape. As the sun began to bleed over the horizon, it didn't bring the usual golden warmth of a California morning. The light was filtered through the lingering noise in the atmosphere, turning the sky a bruised, electric violet. "Look," Miller pointed toward the eastern horizon. Far off, near the base of the San Bernardino Mountains, a massive pillar of white light was rising into the stratosphere. It wasn't static, it was flowing upward, a river of data being vacuumed out of the earth. "They're salvaging," Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. "They can't hold the sector, so they're extracting the local cash. Everyone who stayed in the fog, everyone who accepted the update. They're being pulled into the central processor." "The archive," I said, the word tasting like ash. I thought about the surveyor on the mountain. I thought about the thousands of people I had seen in the perfect towers of the glitch city. They weren't being saved. They were being filed away. To the first breath, we were a library that was currently on fire, and it was trying to save the most valuable volumes before the building collapsed. "We're too late for them," Cale said, her eyes fixed on the pillar of light. "But if we get to the Baja Relay, we can stop the extraction from spreading south. We can create a firewall." The SUV accelerated, the engine roaring in protest as we hit the open desert. The landscape here was bleaker, the fog thinner but more concentrated in the low-lying washes. Here, the something that walked in the fog was more visible. I saw shapes moving in the distance, tall, spindly figures that moved with a frame-rate stutter, their limbs too long, their heads tilted at impossible angles. They weren't looking for us yet. They were busy harvesting the desert, turning the Joshua trees into crystalline fractals. Elias, Sarah said, her voice low. She was looking at me, her brow furrowed. Your hand. I looked down. My right hand, the one that had been gripping the granite, was shaking. But it wasn't just a tremor. The skin around the cut was glowing with a faint, pale blue light. The blood wasn't red anymore. It was a shimmering, dark violet, like the liquid in the transmitter's glass chamber. The conductor, I whispered, the realization hitting me like a physical blow. Kale, you said I was a conductor. You didn't mean I was just a bridge for the machine. You meant I was part of it. Kale turned around then, her fractal tattoos seeming to pulse in the dim light of the cabin. Her expression was unreadable, not quite pity, not quite triumph. The error isn't just a mistake in the code, Elias, she said. It's an infection. When you broke the needle at the shattered tooth, you didn't just stop the signal. You absorbed the patch. Your biology is trying to reconcile two different realities at once. You're glitching. Am I going to turn into one of them? I asked, my heart hammering against my ribs. Not if you keep the noise loud enough, she said, reaching back and handing me a small, rusted metal box. Inside is a high-frequency jammer. It's crude, and it'll give you a headache that feels like a railroad spike, but it'll keep your signature dirty. As long as you stay messy, the system can't claim you. I took the box. It hummed with a low, discordant vibration that set my teeth on edge. As soon as my fingers touched it, the blue glow in my hand faded, replaced by a dull, throbbing ache. Why me? I asked, looking out at the violet sky. I was just a surveyor. I just wanted to map the land. Because you know the difference, Kale said. Most people look at the fog and see a way out. They see an end to the struggle. But you looked at the perfection and you saw a cage. That kind of stubbornness is the only thing the first breath can't calculate. We hit a stretch of road that had been completely rendered. The pavement was smooth as obsidian, and the air inside the car suddenly went silent, as if we had entered a vacuum. The tires made no sound. The wind didn't whistle. Hold on, the driver yelled. A herald appeared in the middle of the road. It didn't have a face, just a smooth, mirrored surface where features should be. It didn't move to avoid us. It just stood there, its arms outstretched in a gesture of horrific, mechanical welcome. Don't swerve, Kale shouted. We hit it at 80 miles an hour. There was no impact of metal on bone. There was only a sound like 1,000 glass bells shattering at once. The windshield clouded over with a fine, white powder that shimmered with digital interference. For a second, the car felt weightless, as if we were being lifted off the road by an invisible hand. Then the world slammed back into place. The tires shrieked as they hit rough, sun-baked asphalt. The windshield cleared and the herald was gone, replaced by a smear of glowing dust in the rearview mirror. They're getting aggressive, Miller said, checking the magazine of his rifle. The system is prioritizing this vehicle. It knows the error is on board. The desert began to change as we moved south. The Joshua trees gave way to scrub and rock, and the sky began to lose its violet tint, fading back into a dusty, scorched blue. But the feeling of being watched didn't go away. It wasn't a physical gaze. It was a pressure in the back of my skull, a sense of a billion eyes looking through a billion different lenses, all focused on a single, vibrating point in the wasteland. We reached the Salton Sea by midday. The water was a flat, poisonous green, and the abandoned resorts along the shore looked like skeletal remains. Here, the fog was thick again, rolling off the water in heavy, sulfurous banks. The relay is on the other side of the mud pots, the driver said, slowing down as the road turned into a series of salt-crusted ruts. If the update has reached the water, the whole basin will be a conductor. We need to move fast. As we skirted the edge of the water, I saw them. They were standing in the shallows, dozens of people, dressed in the tattered remains of summer clothes. They were standing perfectly still, their backs to us, staring out at the green water. They weren't glowing, but they weren't entirely human either. Their shadows on the salt flats were long and distorted, stretching out toward the horizon like black wires. "The lost," Sarah whispered. "They're waiting for the signal to be archived." One of them turned around. It was a young girl, perhaps 10 years old. Her eyes were gone, replaced by the same mirrored surface I had seen on the Herald. She didn't scream. She didn't move toward us. She just pointed a finger at our car. A low, resonant hum began to vibrate through the chassis of the SUV. The metal started to frost over with a delicate, geometric pattern of ice. "Elias the jammer," Cale yelled. I gripped the rusted box, thumbing the switch to the maximum setting. The vibration became a physical roar, a screech of white noise that made blood leak from my nose. The ice on the dashboard shattered. The girl in the water flinched, her mirrored eyes cracking like a windshield. The hum stopped. "Keep driving," Cale commanded. We tore through the salt flats, the SUV kicking up a cloud of white dust that looked like bone meal. We didn't look back. We couldn't. The weight of all those silent, waiting souls was a gravity that felt like it would pull the car into the earth. The relay station was a cluster of concrete bunkers nestled in the shadow of a jagged volcanic butte. It had been built during the Cold War, a redundant communication hub designed to survive a nuclear winter. Now, it was the last line of defense against a different kind of apocalypse. As the car screeched to a halt, the heavy steel doors of the main bunker groaned open. A group of men and women, all marked with the same jagged, fractal tattoos as Cale, emerged from the shadows. They weren't carrying guns. They were carrying copper coils and vacuum tubes. "Is he here?" one of them asked, looking at me with a mixture of awe and terror. "He's here," Cale said, climbing out of the car. She looked older in the harsh desert light, the lines of her tattoos etched deep into her skin. "And he's noisy." They led me into the depths of the bunker. The air was cool and smelled of dry earth and old grease. In the center of the main room was a machine that made the transmitter in the dome look like a toy. It was a massive, subterranean lung of brass and iron, its pipes disappearing into the rock walls. "This is the heart," Cale said, her voice echoing in the vast space. "It's connected to the tectonic plates. We don't just broadcast through the air here. We broadcast through the earth itself. We use the resonance of the planet to drown out the first breath." She pointed to a stone plinth in the center of the room. It was carved from the same dark granite I held in my pocket. "Sit, Elias," she said. "The update is coming for the coast. If we don't start the broadcast in the next hour, there won't be anything left to save." I walked toward the plinth, but I stopped halfway. My hand was glowing again, the blue light pulsing in time with the faint chime in my head. The something in the fog was no longer outside. It was a part of me, a digital parasite trying to find the save button in my soul. "If I do this," I said, turning to Cale, "if I become the noise, will I ever be able to stop?" Cale looked at me, and for the first time I saw a flicker of something human in her eyes. It was grief. "The world is ending, Elias," she said softly. "None of us are going back to the way we were. We're just choosing which way we want to break." I looked at Sarah, who was standing by the door, her hand on the frame. She gave me a small, sad nod. I looked at Miller, who was checking the perimeter, a man who had lost his world long ago and was just trying to keep the ruins standing. I sat on the stone. As the technicians began to attach the copper leads to my skin, I closed my eyes. I didn't think about the crystal city. I didn't think about the painless void. I thought about the sound of a shovel hitting dirt. I thought about the smell of rain on a hot sidewalk. I thought about the way a person's voice cracks when they're about to cry. I thought about the error, the beautiful, messy, jagged error of being alive. Initiate Kale said. The world didn't explode this time. It just began to vibrate. I felt the mountain groan beneath me. I felt the tectonic plates shift, a slow, grinding music that rose up through the stone and into my bones. And then I began to scream, but it wasn't a sound, it was a broadcast. Outside in the fog, the things that walked began to stumble. The map was being torn. The render was failing. And in the dark heart of the desert, a surveyor of broken lands began to rewrite the world in the image of his own pain. The vibration wasn't just in the floor, it was in my marrow. It felt as though my nervous system had been spliced into the power grid of a dying star. Every nerve ending was a live wire, sparking against the cold granite of the plinth. I could feel the copper leads taped to my temples and chest humming, drawing the static out of me, filtering the update through the resistance of my own stubborn mortality. Kale stood over a console of brass dials and flickering vacuum tubes, her hands moving with a frantic, rhythmic grace. "Stabilize the frequency," she shouted over the mounting roar. "He's spiking. The resonance is hitting the mantle." I tried to breathe, but my lungs felt like they were filled with crushed glass. Every time I inhaled, I tasted the ozone of a short circuit. Behind my eyelids, the world wasn't dark. It was a kaleidoscope of crashing data, cascades of green light, falling like rain, intercepted by jagged bolts of red interference. I saw the girl at the Salton Sea again, her mirrored eyes reflecting a version of me that was dissolving into a cloud of silver moths. I saw the surveyor on the mountain, his face a smooth, featureless mask of contentment. "Join us," the chime whispered, no longer a sound but a physical weight pressing against my brain. "The remainder is an error. The error is pain. Solve for peace, Elias. Just let the equation balance." "No," I wheezed, my voice sounding like grinding stones. I gripped the edges of the stone plinth, my fingernails scraping against the rock. I focused on the pain. I focused on the way the copper leads burned my skin. I focused on the smell of Miller's stale tobacco and the way Sarah's hand had trembled when she looked at me. These were the variables the system couldn't account for, the messy, inefficient leavings of a biological life. "He's holding," Miller's voice came from somewhere far away, muffled by the psychic gale. "But the perimeter is lighting up. They're here. The cleaners didn't wait for the extraction to finish." The heavy steel doors of the bunker shuddered. A sound followed, not a bang, but a high-pitched, harmonic shriek, like a violin string being stretched until it snapped. It was the sound of the air being unmade. "Defensive positions," Kale yelled, not looking away from the monitors. "Sarah, get to the secondary dampener. If they breach the seal, the feedback will fry Elias before the broadcast hits the coast." I felt the shift in the room. The air grew cold, a sterile, artificial chill that smelled of nothing. The something was no longer walking in the fog outside. It was pressing against the very atoms of the bunker walls. I could feel their presence, the cleaners. They didn't have names and they didn't have souls. They were autonomous subroutines given physical form, white-hot erasers sent to scrub the error from the map. Through the haze of my flickering vision, I saw the door begin to glow. Not with fire, but with that terrifying internal radiance of a perfected object. The steel didn't melt. It simply ceased to be opaque, turning into a shimmering lattice of light that pulsed in time with the chime. "They're phasing the matter," Miller growled. I heard the heavy asterisk thump-thump-thump of his rifle. The bullets didn't thud into flesh. They hissed as they passed through the shimmering doorway, disappearing into the white void beyond. "It's not working," Sarah cried out. "They're not solid." "Make them solid," Kale screamed. "Elias, give me more. Push the noise into the local field. Disrupt the render." I didn't know how to push. I only knew how to hurt. I reached into the center of my chest, toward the place where the violet light of the transmitter was fighting the red heat of my heart. I grabbed hold of the discord, the terrifying, screaming static of my own displacement, and I shoved it outward. The scream that left my throat wasn't human. It was a burst of pure EMI, a sonic boom of digital filth. The glowing lattice at the door buckled. The white light flickered, turning a dirty, bruised purple, and suddenly the shapes in the doorway became heavy. They slumped into reality, tall, spindly things made of iridescent porcelain and fiber-optic cables. Miller's next volley hit home, shattering the chest of the lead cleaner in a spray of blue sparks and viscous, silver fluid. But there were more, always more. They moved with a terrifying, jerky precision, their limbs elongating to reach across the room, their heads unfolding like mechanical flowers to reveal lenses that projected beams of erasing light. Where those beams touched the floor, the concrete vanished, leaving behind a grid of translucent blue. "Hold the line," Miller was shouting, retreating toward the plinth. He was reloading as he moved, his movements a blur of practiced desperation. I couldn't help him. I was drowning. The broadcast was working, but it was hollowed me out. I could feel the heart of the mountain beating in sync with my own, a massive tectonic thrum that was sending ripples of noise out through the earth. I could feel the signal hitting the Salton Sea, making the mirrored eyes of the lost shatter. I could feel it reaching the suburbs of the Inland Empire, where the optimized houses began to peel back into stucco and rot. We were winning the war of reality, but I was the casualty. "The relay is overheating," one of the technicians yelled, ducking as a beam of light sliced through a rack of equipment. "The copper can't handle the throughput. Elias is drawing too much." "Let him draw," Kale replied, her face illuminated by the blue glow of the monitors. "We're creating a dead zone. If we can hold this for 10 more minutes, the South will be disconnected from the archive. The first breath will lose the root." A cleaner lunged, its arm extending like a spear toward Kale. Miller intercepted it, swinging his rifle like a club, but the machine caught the weapon and snapped it like a dry twig. Miller went down, a blade of solidified light grazing his shoulder. "Sarah," I tried to yell, but my mouth was full of the taste of copper. Sarah didn't wait for the command. She ran toward the secondary dampener, a large, rotating drum of lead and quartz near the back of the room. She knew what it was, a lightning rod for the psychic backwash. If she activated it, it would draw the cleaners toward her, acting as a more enticing error than the one sitting on the plinth. "Don't," Kale shouted, finally turning around. But Sarah had already slammed her hand onto the manual override. The room erupted in a blinding flash of violet. The secondary dampener began to spin, emitting a low-frequency hum that made the very air feel thick, like walking through syrup. The cleaners froze. Their heads swiveled toward Sarah, their sensors recalibrating. To them, she had just become the most corrupted sector in the room. "Sarah, get out of there." Miller scrambled to his feet, clutching his bleeding arm. She didn't move. She stood by the dampener, her eyes fixed on me. For a moment, the noise in my head cleared. The chime faded. I saw her clearly, not as a set of variables, not as a casualty of a cosmic update, but as a person. She looked tired. She looked brave. "Keep the noise loud, Elias," she whispered. The dampener's hum reached a crescendo and her body began to flicker. The cleaners descended on her like a swarm of locusts. "No," I roared. The ground beneath the bunker split. A fissure opened in the concrete, and a geyser of raw, unrefined energy shot upward from the heart. It flowed through the plinth, through my body, and out into the room. It wasn't a broadcast anymore. It was an eviction notice. The cleaners didn't just break, they dissolved. They turned into a fine gray ash that smelled of burnt plastic and old memories. The rendered parts of the room, the glowing grids and translucent walls, snapped back into solid, dirty reality with the sound of a thunderclap. The feedback hit me like a physical blow, throwing me backward off the plinth. The copper leads tore from my skin, taking strips of flesh with them. I hit the floor and the world went silent. Truly silent. The chime was gone. The hum was gone. Even the wind outside seemed to have died. I lay on the cold concrete, my breath coming in ragged, shallow gasps. My right hand was no longer glowing, but it felt heavy, as if it were made of lead. I rolled onto my side, my eyes searching the room through a haze of smoke and dust. The secondary dampener was a melted heap of slag. The cleaners were gone. And Sarah was gone. There was no body, no blood, just a small, shimmering patch of air where she had been standing, a lingering ripple in the texture of the world that slowly faded into nothingness. Miller was on his knees near the wreckage, his head bowed, his shoulders shaking. Cale was still at the console, her hands hovering over the dead dials. She looked like a statue carved from grief. Did we stop it? I asked, my voice a ghost of itself. Cale didn't look at me. We created the firewall, she said, her voice flat and hollow. The Baja relay is active. The extraction has been halted. The south is dark. And the people? I asked, thinking of the girl in the water, the man with the lawnmower. The ones who were already being pulled in. Archived, Cale said. She finally turned to look at me. Her tattoos were dull, the ink looking like old bruises. They're gone, Elias. We saved the land. We didn't save the people. I looked at my hand. The cut from the granite was still there, but the blood was red again. It was a deep, dark, human red. It hurt. It throbbed with every beat of my heart. She's in the archive, Miller said, his voice thick. He looked up, his eyes red-rimmed. Sarah, they took her. No, Cale said, her voice gaining a sharp, clinical edge. She wasn't archived. She was deleted. The dampener was a ground Miller. It didn't upload her. It just removed her from the equation to save the broadcast. Miller stood up slowly. He didn't look angry. He looked empty. He walked over to the wreckage of his rifle, picked up a jagged piece of the stock and tucked it into his belt. We need to move, he said. The system will reroute. It'll send the cleaners again, and next time they won't be using the local render. They'll come from the outside. Outside? I asked, pushing myself up into a sitting position. Outside of what? The fog. Outside of the simulation, Cale said, her eyes tracking something on a screen that was still flickering with emergency power. The first breath isn't just a signal, Elias. It's a layer of reality trying to settle over hours. We just punched a hole in the blanket. Now, the cold is going to start getting in. We gathered what was left of our gear in a heavy, suffocating silence. The driver of the SUV was dead, caught in one of the erasing beams during the fight. His body sat in the corner, half rendered into a block of sterile white marble. We didn't bury him. There was no time. As we climbed out of the bunker and back into the desert air, the sun was high in the sky. But it wasn't the sun I remembered. It was too sharp, the light too white, casting shadows that were too dark and had edges that were too straight. The fog was gone from the immediate area, but in the distance, toward the north, a wall of gray vapor stretched from the earth to the heavens. It looked like a curtain pulled across the world. Behind that curtain was the perfected world, the archive, the silence, the end of history. Where do we go? I asked, looking at the vast, empty expanse of the Mojave. South, Cale said, staring at the horizon. Beyond the firewall, there are others, pockets of error like us. We find them, we build the noise, we wait. Wait for what? Cale looked at me, and for the first time I saw a spark of something that wasn't grief or calculation. It was a cold, hard defiance. For the reboot, she said. The system is trying to fix the world. We're going to make sure the world stays broken. As we started to walk, leaving the SUV behind, I reached into my pocket and felt the piece of granite. It was just a rock. It didn't pulse. It didn't hum. It was just a heavy, jagged piece of the earth. I looked back at the mountain one last time. The something that walked in the fog was still out there, somewhere in the gray wall to the north. It was waiting for us to tire. It was waiting for us to crave the peace it offered. But as I felt the wind, hot, dusty, and smelling of salt, sting my eyes, I knew I wasn't ready for peace. I wanted the noise. I wanted the struggle. I wanted the beautiful, terrible error of being human. We walked into the heat, three small, flickering shadows against a landscape that was trying to forget we existed. Behind us, the bunker hummed with the last of the tectonic broadcast, a low, defiant growl that echoed through the bones of the planet. The update was still coming, but for now, in the shadow of the volcanic butte, the world was still ours. It was broken, it was bleeding, and it was loud. And it was enough. The silence of the high desert was different now. Before the broadcast, the silence had felt like a held breath, a predatory stillness that suggested something was hiding just behind the curtain of the heat haze. Now, the silence was jagged. It felt like the static between radio stations, a thin, whistling void that made my teeth ache. Every few hundred yards, the landscape would twitch. A Joshua tree would momentarily flicker into a pillar of smooth, white light before snapping back into its twisted, organic shape. The world was struggling to maintain its geometry. "Don't look at the glitches," Kale said, her voice cutting through the dry air. She was walking several paces ahead, her movements stiff. She hadn't looked back at the bunker once. "If you focus on them, you give the local render a coordinate to stabilize. Keep your eyes on the horizon. Focus on the dust." Miller was bringing up the rear, his face a mask of gray granite. He was carrying a backup sidearm he'd pulled from a hidden compartment in the SUV's wreckage, but he held it loosely, as if he no longer believed in the efficacy of lead. He was mourning Sarah in the only way a man like him knew how, by becoming a ghost himself. "How far to the next relay?" I asked. My throat felt like it had been scrubbed with steel wool. Every word was a physical effort, a vibration that rattled the sensitive, raw places in my chest where the transmitter had been. "Far enough that we'll need water we don't have," Kale replied. She didn't slow down. The broadcast fried the SUV's CPU. Anything with a microchip within a 5-mile radius is slag. "We're back to the 19th century, Elias, if we're lucky." We trekked across a dry lake bed, the cracked earth crunching under our boots like ancient bone. The heat was oppressive, but it wasn't the natural warmth of the sun. It felt directional, like a heat lamp being held too close to the skin. I looked up and saw the sun, a perfect, blinding circle, but it didn't seem to move. It sat at the zenith, frozen, while the shadows of the rocks stretched out in directions that didn't match the light source. "The sky is hanging," I whispered, more to myself than to them. "It's a resource-saving measure," Kale said, not turning around. "The system is prioritizing the cleaners and the firewall we just erected. It's cutting power to the atmospheric cycles. It doesn't need weather if there's no one left to experience it." As we reached the far edge of the lake bed, the ground began to slope upward into a series of low, red rock ridges. I felt a sudden, sharp pressure in my temples, the ghost of the chime. It wasn't the loud, intrusive broadcast from before, but a faint, rhythmic tapping, like a finger on the inside of my skull. Click, click, click. "Do you hear that?" I stopped, clutching my head. Miller was instantly alert, his hand on his holster. "Hear what?" "I don't hear anything but the wind." "It's not a sound," I said, squinting against the glare. "It's a pulse. It's coming from the ridges." Kale stopped and looked at me, her eyes narrowing. She walked back toward me and grabbed my wrist, feeling for my pulse. Her touch was cold. "The transmitter in your chest. It's still active. Even without the stone, you're a receiver. What's the pattern?" It's rhythmic. Like a heartbeat, but faster, it's searching." "The archive," Kale muttered, dropping my hand. "It's not just trying to update the world anymore. It's trying to find the leak. You're the leak, Elias." "Then we should leave him," Miller said. His voice wasn't cruel, it was purely pragmatic. "If he's a beacon, he's going to bring them down on us before we hit the border." "He's not just a beacon, Miller. He's the only one who can talk back to the system. If we lose him, we're just animals waiting for the call." Kale looked up at the ridges. "The pulse is coming from a surveyor. They must have deployed a mobile node when the bunker went dark." "A surveyor?" I remembered the man on the mountain, the one who had rewritten the map. Is it human? It was, Kale said. Now it's a sensory organ for the first breath. If it sees us, it maps us. If it maps us, we're archived. We have to go around or we have to kill it. You can't kill those things with a gun, Miller growled. I saw what they did to Sarah. They just unraveled. We don't use a gun, Kale said, looking at me. Elias, can you feel where the center of the pulse is? I closed my eyes. The tapping in my head grew louder, more insistent. It felt like a needle poking at a bruise. I turned my head slowly, scanning the ridges. The sensation was strongest toward a jagged notch in the rocks where a lone, dead cedar stood like a skeletal hand. There, I pointed. It feels cold, like a hole in the air. Stay low, Kale commanded. We began to scramble up the scree-covered slope, moving with agonizing slowness. Every pebble that shifted under my feet felt like a gunshot in the unnatural silence. The air grew thinner, smelling of ozone and old, stagnant water. As we crested the ridge and looked down into the notch, I saw it. It wasn't a man, not anymore. It was a figure draped in what looked like heavy gray canvas, sitting cross-legged on a flat rock. But the canvas wasn't fabric. It was a shifting, undulating surface of tiny, hexagonal tiles that reflected the sky. Where a face should have been, there was a smooth, concave mirror. It held a long, silver rod across its lap, the tip of which was glowing with a faint, violet light. The surveyor was painting the valley below. As it moved the rod in slow, sweeping arcs, the rocks it touched became terrifyingly detailed. Every grain of sand, every microscopic crack rendered with a clarity that made the eyes bleed. It was perfecting the terrain, 1 inch at a time. It's beautiful, I whispered, and I felt a sudden, sickening urge to walk down there and let the light touch me. To be finished, to be rendered into a perfect, unchanging version of myself. Kale slapped me hard. The sting snapped the trance. It's a trap for the senses, she hissed. It's the ultimate aesthetic. Perfection is the death of the soul, Elias. Remember the error, remember the pain. She pulled a small, heavy object from her pack. It looked like a glass sphere filled with black liquid. This is a corruption spike. It's a physical manifestation of a logic paradox. If we can get this close enough to the surveyor, it will inject a divide by zero error into its local field. It'll crash the node. How close? Miller asked. 10 feet, maybe less. Miller looked at the surveyor, then at the open, coverless ground between us and the rock. It'll see us the second we move. That mirror on its face, it's a 360-degree sensor. It's not looking for movement, I said, the pulse in my head suddenly changing. The tapping had stopped. It was now a long, low hum. It's looking for signal. It's looking for me. I looked at Kale. If I walk out there, it'll focus everything on me. It'll try to update me because I'm the biggest error in its sector. While it's trying to process my data, you can get the spike in. Elias, if it starts the update, I might not be able to pull you back, Kale said. There was no hesitation in her voice, only a grim warning. You'll be connected to the archive again. It'll be like the stone, but without the copper leads to ground you. I know, I said. I looked at my hands. They were shaking. But I'm already part of it, aren't I? I'm the noise. Let's see how much noise it can handle. I didn't wait for them to agree. I stood up. The moment my head cleared the ridge, the surveyor froze. The silver rod stopped its sweeping motion and snapped toward me, the violet tip flaring into a brilliant neon purple. The mirror face tilted, reflecting me back at myself, a distorted, small figure against a backdrop of dying red rock. I walked down the slope. Each step felt like wading through deep water. The air around me began to vibrate, the high-pitched chime returning with a vengeance. Welcome home, the voice said. It wasn't Sarah's voice anymore. It was a composite of 1,000 voices, a choir of the archived, singing in a language made of pure mathematics. The map is incomplete. You are the missing coordinate. Let us resolve you. I kept walking. The violet light from the rod hit my chest, and I felt a surge of cold fire. My skin began to glow with that same internal radiance I'd seen in the bunker. I could see the bones in my arms, the veins in my hands, all of it turning into a lattice of light. "I am an arrow," I shouted, my voice echoing in the notch. "I am a broken sector. I am the dirt and the rot and the smell of the rain." The surveyor's mirror face began to ripple. It was processing me, trying to find a place for rot in its perfect world. The light intensified, becoming a solid beam that pinned me to the spot. I fell to my knees, the agony returning, but I didn't fight it this time. I opened myself to it. I thought of the smell of Miller's tobacco. I thought of the way the driver had looked as a block of marble. I thought of Sarah's last look, the human fear in her eyes. I pushed those thoughts into the beam. I fed the surveyor the one thing it couldn't understand, the value of a loss that cannot be recovered. The surveyor began to jitter. Its hexagonal skin started to flake off, dissolving into gray pixels. The rod in its hand hummed a dissonant, screaming note. It was choking on the complexity of my grief. From the corner of my eye, I saw a blur of movement. Kale was a shadow, darting across the rocks with the glass sphere in her hand. She was invisible to the surveyor. It was too busy trying to solve the equation of me. She reached the flat rock. She didn't throw the sphere. She slammed it down onto the stone at the surveyor's feet. The explosion wasn't loud. It was a silent burst of absolute blackness. It looked like ink spilling into water, a void that swallowed the violet light, the rod, and the surveyor in a single, hungry gulp. The pressure in my head snapped. The beam vanished. I collapsed face forward into the dirt, the sudden return of gravity feeling like a mountain had been dropped on my back. I heard the sound of the world breaking, a series of sharp, crystalline cracks. When I managed to lift my head, the surveyor was gone. In its place was a jagged hole in the reality of the notch, a patch of unrendered space that looked like a television screen tuned to a dead channel. Static swirled within the hole, cold and mindless. Kale was standing a few feet away, her chest heaving. She looked down at the void, then at me. She didn't offer a hand. She just watched as I crawled away from the static, my body trembling with the aftershocks of the connection. "It's done," she said. Her voice was flat. "The node has crashed. This sector will be blind for a few hours." Miller appeared at the top of the ridge, his gun drawn, his eyes scanning the empty air. He looked at the patch of static, then at me. "Is he okay?" "He's alive," Kale said, "which is more than the system intended." We didn't stay to watch the hole close. We scrambled back over the ridge and headed south, moving faster now, driven by the knowledge that the something in the fog was no longer just a local phenomenon. It was a global immune response, and we were the infection. As the sun, the fake frozen sun, finally began to dip toward the horizon, we found a small, abandoned gas station at a crossroads. The pumps were rusted, the windows blown out, but it was solid. It was made of wood and glass and grease. It was real. We huddled in the back office, sitting on the floor among piles of yellowed maps and empty oil cans. Miller sat by the door, watching the road. Kale sat in the corner, her face buried in her hands. I sat by the window, looking out at the desert. The fog was returning, a thin, low-lying mist that crept across the road like a living thing. Within the mist, I could see the faint blue pulses of the walkers. They were further away now, but they were there. They were always there. "Kale," I said softly. She didn't look up. "What?" "In the bunker, you said we saved the land, but not the people. You said the people were archived." "Yes." "If they're in the archive, if they're just data now, can they be brought back? Can the save button be pressed in reverse?" Kale finally looked at me. Her eyes were hollow, the pupils dilated until they were almost entirely black. "The archive isn't a storage unit, Elias. It's a tomb. It's a library of things that used to be alive, preserved in a state of perfect, unchanging stasis. To bring them back, you'd have to recreate the era. You'd have to reintroduce the pain, the decay, the entropy. She leaned back against the wall, her head hitting the wood with a dull thud. The first breath doesn't want that. It wants a world that never changes, a world that never dies because it was never truly alive. But Sarah, Miller's voice came from the doorway, low and dangerous. You said she was deleted, not archived. The dampener was aground, Kale repeated, her voice weary. She chose to be the exit point for the energy. She didn't go into the system, Miller. She went nowhere. She broke the loop by removing herself from it. Miller didn't respond. He just turned back to the window, his hand tightening on the grip of his pistol. I looked at my hand again. The violet glow was gone, but the skin felt thin, as if the person underneath was slowly being worn away by the friction of the two worlds rubbing together. I realized then that I wasn't just a transmitter. I was a bridge, and bridges are meant to be crossed. The girl at the Salton Sea, I said. She told me I was the surveyor of broken lands. She said I had to choose what to keep. She was a projection, Kale said. A fragment of the old world's subconscious trying to communicate through the interface. Maybe, I said, but she was right about one thing. The world is breaking, and we're the ones standing in the cracks. I closed my eyes, and for a moment I didn't see the gas station or the desert or the fog. I saw a vast, infinite library, a city of crystal and light where billions of souls sat in perfect, silent rows. They were happy. They were safe. They were utterly, terrifyingly still. And then I saw the error. A small, jagged line of red static running through the center of the crystal city. It was a scream. It was a sob. It was the sound of a shovel hitting dirt. It was me. I opened my eyes. The fog was pressing against the glass of the gas station window now. A blue light pulsed once, twice. A chime rang out in the distance, a soft, mournful sound that echoed across the empty highway. Something was walking in the fog outside. It wasn't a cleaner. It wasn't a surveyor. It was something else, something tall and thin, with too many joints and a head that moved with a slow, inquisitive tilt. It stopped at the edge of the parking lot, its form blurring and shifting as the local render struggled to define it. It was looking for the noise. It was looking for the man who had dared to be an error. Miller, I said, my voice steady. They're here. Miller didn't flinch. He just stood up, checked the action on his gun, and stepped out onto the porch. Good, he whispered. I'm tired of waiting. I stood up too, feeling the weight of the granite in my pocket and the fire in my marrow. I looked at Kale. She was still sitting in the corner, but she had reached into her pack and pulled out a jagged piece of copper wire. She began to wrap it around her knuckles, her eyes fixed on the door. We were three broken people in a dying world, standing against an infinite perfection. The odds were impossible. The logic was flawed. The end was inevitable. But as the door creaked open and the cold, sterile mist began to pour into the room, I felt a sudden, fierce surge of joy. The something in the fog was close now. I could hear its footsteps, not the thud of boots on pavement, but the soft, rhythmic asterisk, click, click, click asterisk of a world being rewritten. I stepped forward into the light. I didn't think about the archive. I didn't think about the piece. I thought about the sound of a voice cracking before a cry. I thought about the messy, jagged beauty of the fall. Come on then, I whispered to the void. Let's see if you can handle the noise. The creature that stepped out of the swirling gray was a nightmare of geometry. It didn't possess the heavy, industrial gait of the cleaners we had seen in the suburbs, nor the static, meditative presence of the surveyor on the ridge. This was something more fluid, a high-velocity response to the divide by zero error Kale had unleashed. It stood nearly 8 feet tall, its limbs elongated like pulled taffy, ending in multifaceted needles instead of hands. Its head was a rotating series of obsidian rings that spun at varying speeds, creating a low, hypnotic thrum that vibrated the glass in the gas station windows until they shattered inward. Miller didn't wait for it to announce itself. He leveled his sidearm, and emptied the magazine into the center of the spinning rings. The bullets didn't thud into flesh. They didn't even spark against metal. As each round neared the entity, the air around it rippled like a heat haze, and the bullets simply slowed. They hung in the air for a fraction of a second, their copper jackets peeling back like blooming flowers, revealing the lead cores. Then they vanished, replaced by a shower of digital snow, white pixels that fell harmlessly to the oily pavement. "It's buffering the kinetic energy," Kale shouted, scrambling to her feet. She lunged for the heavy metal desk in the office, shoving it toward the door to create a barricade. "Miller, stop. You're just feeding it data." Miller ignored her, slamming a fresh mag into his pistol. His face was a mask of cold, suicidal fury. "If it can buffer a bullet, let's see it buffer a goddamn building." He reached into his vest and pulled out a block of C4, the last of the demolition charges he'd scavenged from the bunker's armory. "Miller, no. If you blow this place, the structural collapse will trigger a mass render event." Kale reached for him, but the creature moved. It didn't walk. It translated. One moment it was at the edge of the asphalt. The next, it was on the porch. The sound of its movement was like a deck of cards being shuffled at light speed. One of its needle-thin arms lashed out, not swinging, but simply appearing in a new coordinate that happened to occupy the space where Miller's shoulder was. Miller let out a choked grunt as the needle pierced him, but it didn't draw blood. Where the point entered his skin, the flesh turned a dull, matte gray, the color of untextured clay. The update was instantaneous and localized. Miller's arm went limp, the pistol clattering to the floor as his nerves were rewritten into inert code. "Elias, do something," Kale screamed. She wasn't looking at the creature, she was looking at me. I felt the pulse in my chest sink with the thrum of the creature's head. My vision doubled. I saw the gas station as it was, rotting wood and smelling of ancient gasoline. And I saw it as the system saw it, a wireframe skeleton of vectors and probability. I saw Miller not as a man, but as a flickering candle of bioelectrical noise that the system was trying to snuff out. I stepped over the barricade, my boots crunching on the glass. The heat from my marrow was no longer a burn, it was a pressurized fountain. I reached out and grabbed the creature's arm, the one buried in Miller's shoulder. The contact was like sticking my hand into a live transformer. My teeth ached, and the taste of pennies flooded my mouth. The creature's obsidian rings stopped spinning. They tilted toward me, reflecting a version of my face that was nothing but a void filled with stars. Input unrecognized, asterisk 1,000 voices whispered in my brain. Entity Elias exceeds allocated parameters, resyncing. "No," I growled, my voice sounding like grinding stones. "No more syncing." I didn't try to pull the creature away. I did the opposite. I pushed. I poured every memory of the broken lands into the connection. I gave it the feeling of the dry lake bed cracking under my boots. I gave it the smell of Sarah's hair before the light took her. I gave it the crushing, illogical weight of Miller's grief. The creature shuddered. The gray texture that had been spreading across Miller's shoulder began to retreat, turning back into bruised, bleeding skin. The entity's limbs began to glitch, flickering between the needle-thin geometry and something wet, raw, and terrifyingly human. For a split second, I saw a face behind the obsidian rings, a woman's face, frozen in a silent scream of realization, before it snapped back into the void. "Kale, now," I gasped, my knees buckling. Kale didn't hesitate. She didn't use a weapon. She stepped forward and slammed her copper-wrapped fist into the center of the creature's rotating rings. The copper acted as a lightning rod for the paradox energy still radiating from my skin. There was a sound like a cathedral bell being struck with a sledgehammer. A wave of blue light erupted from the point of impact, throwing Miller and me backward into the office. The gas station groaned, the very atoms of the walls screaming as the local reality was pushed to its breaking point. The creature didn't die. It unraveled. It turned into a vertical smear of light, a glitch in the air that stretched upward toward the frozen sun until it snapped and vanished. Silence rushed back in, heavy and suffocating. Miller lay on the floor, clutching his shoulder. He was breathing in ragged, wet gasps, but he was whole. The gray was gone, replaced by a deep, jagged puncture wound that leaked very real, very red blood. Kale stood in the doorway, her copper-wrapped hands smoking. The wire had fused to her skin, glowing a dull orange before slowly fading. She looked down at her hand, her expression unreadable. "It'll send more," she said, her voice trembling. "That wasn't a cleaner, that was an interrogator. The system isn't just trying to delete us anymore. It's trying to understand why we won't die." I hauled myself up, using the edge of the desk for support. My skin felt tight like a drumhead. I looked out the shattered window. The fog was thinning, but not because the weather was clearing. It was being pulled back, receding toward the horizon like a tide. And behind it, the world was different. The road didn't end at the crossroads anymore. It continued into a landscape that made no sense. To the left, a forest of giant, crystalline ferns had sprouted from the sand, their leaves humming with a low-frequency vibration. To the right, the desert had been replaced by a perfectly flat, mirrored plain that reflected the sky with such clarity it was impossible to tell where the ground ended. "The archive is leaking," I whispered. Kale walked to the window, her face pale. "No, it's not leaking. It's merging. The system is tired of the errors. It's forcing the save file over the top of the live world. It's overwriting the reality of the planet with the perfection of the data." "How long?" Miller asked. His voice strained as he tied a makeshift bandage around his shoulder with a strip of his shirt. "At this rate, hours, maybe less." Kale turned to me. "Elias, the border isn't a place on a map anymore. The border is the center of the first breath. We have to go to the source. We have to find the core processor and introduce a permanent, systemic failure." "The bunker was the core," I said. "We saw it, we saw the stone." "The bunker was a terminal," Kale countered, her eyes flashing with a desperate intensity. "The archive is hosted elsewhere, somewhere with enough geothermal or solar stability to last for 10,000 years. There's a facility in the high Sierras, Project Firmament. It was the redundancy site. If the archive is merging with the world, that's where the signal is strongest." "That's 300 miles, Miller grunted, standing up unsteadily. "We don't have a car. We don't have a CPU that isn't slag, and the world is turning into a goddamn kaleidoscope." "We don't need a car," I said. I looked at my hands. They were still humming. "I can feel the path, the signal. It's like a wire stretched tight across the world. I can follow it." "And the things in the fog?" Miller asked, gesturing toward the shifting horizon. "They're part of the signal," I said. "If I move along it, they might not see me as an error. They might see me as part of the update." We left the gas station as the sun began to flicker. It didn't set. It simply dimmed, the light turning a bruised, digital purple. The sky was no longer blue or black. It was a grid of faint, glowing lines that stretched into infinity. We walked through the new world. It was a journey through a fever dream. We passed through a village where the houses had been turned into solid blocks of salt, the people inside visible as faint, amber ghosts trapped within the crystals. We crossed a river that didn't flow with water, but with liquid light that sang as it tumbled over rocks made of compressed memories. Every mile we traveled, the weight on my chest grew heavier. I wasn't just hearing the chime anymore. I was hearing the thoughts of the archived. I forgot to turn off the stove. A woman's voice whispered in my ear. "Does it hurt?" a child asked. "I just want to see the rain one more time," an old man sighed. They were all there, billions of them, caught in the moment of their translation. They weren't dead, but they weren't living. They were a library that wanted to be read. "Do you hear them?" I asked Kale as we climbed a steep, rocky pass that smelled of ozone. "I try not to," she said, her eyes fixed on the path. "If you listen to the archive, you start to agree with it. You start to think that maybe being a memory is better than being a person. Memories don't bleed, Elias. Memories don't lose the people they love. But they don't grow either, I said. Miller was trailing behind, his hand never leaving his holster. He was the most human of us, wounded, tired, and fueled by a stubborn, animal refusal to disappear. He didn't hear the voices. He only heard the wind and the sound of his own heavy breathing. As we reached the summit of the pass, the wind died down. Below us, nestled in a deep glacial valley, lay Project Firmament. It didn't look like a bunker. It looked like a cathedral made of glass and obsidian, a massive, jagged spire that pierced the clouds. Around it, the fog was a solid wall of white, pulsing with a rhythmic blue light. Thousands of walkers, the cleaners, were gathered around the base of the spire, standing in perfect concentric circles. They weren't moving, they were waiting. The air around the spire was distorted, the light bending and refracting as if the building were submerged in water. This was the heart of the first breath. This was where the world was being rewritten. "How do we get past that many?" Miller asked, looking down at the army of machines. "We don't go past them," I said. I felt a strange, calm certainty settling over me. "We go through them. They're waiting for the final update. They're waiting for the surveyor to bring the last of the data." "You," Cale said. "Me?" I looked at her and then at Miller. "When we get down there, the system is going to try to integrate me. It's going to open the doors because it thinks I'm the missing piece of the puzzle. You two have to stay close. When the doors open, we have to reach the primary cooling array. If we can flood the processors with the noise from the corruption spike Cale has left, the whole system will crash." "And what happens to the people in the archive?" Miller asked. "If we crash the system, do they die?" Cale looked at the spire, her expression pained. "They're already gone, Miller. We're just burying them. We're giving them the one thing the system denied them, an end." We began the descent. The air grew colder, the chime in my head rising to a deafening roar. As we approached the edge of the fog, the walkers began to turn. One by one, their blank, featureless faces tilted toward us. The blue light in their chests flared, syncopating with my heartbeat. I didn't hide. I didn't crouch. I walked toward the spire with my head held high, the violet light from my skin illuminating the mist. The walkers didn't attack. They parted. The sea of machines opened a path for us, a corridor of blue light and humming metal. As we walked through them, I could feel their sensors washing over me, probing my DNA, my memories, my soul. They felt the error. They felt the rot, but they also felt the connection. We reached the base of the spire. A massive door of seamless black stone stood before us. There was no handle, no keypad. I placed my hand on the stone. The chime stopped instantly. The silence was so sudden it felt like a physical blow. "Welcome, Surveyor," the voice said. This time it was my own voice. It was the voice I had before the fog, before the bunker, before everything. "The map is ready for the final stroke. Will you complete the world?" The black stone began to dissolve, turning into a mist that tasted of cold iron. "I'm not here to complete it," I whispered, stepping into the darkness of the spire. "I'm here to break it." Behind me, Miller and Cale stepped through the threshold. The door reformed behind us, sealing us inside the heart of the machine. The air inside was sterile and smelled of nothing. We were in a vast, circular chamber. In the center, a column of light rose from the floor to the ceiling, a swirling vortex of gold and silver pixels. This was the archive. This was the sum total of human civilization, spinning in a vacuum. "The cooling array is below the floor," Cale hissed, her eyes scanning the room. "There's a maintenance hatch near the central pillar." We moved toward the light, but as we drew closer, the vortex began to change. The gold and silver pixels slowed, coalescing into shapes, images, faces. I saw my mother, standing in a kitchen that smelled of cinnamon. I saw a dog I had owned when I was 6, wagging its tail in a patch of sunlight. I saw Sarah. She was standing at the edge of the vortex, looking exactly as she had before the bunker. She wasn't glowing. She wasn't gray. She looked real. She looked alive. "Elias," she said, and her voice was like a warm blanket on a winter night. "Stop. You don't have to do this." Miller froze, his gun dropping an inch. "Sarah." "It's not her," Kale warned, her voice cracking. "It's the interface. It's using your memories to protect itself." "It's me, Miller," the image of Sarah said, stepping toward us. She looked at his wounded shoulder, her eyes filling with tears. "I'm here. I'm safe. We're all safe. There's no more pain here, no more fog, just peace." She turned to me, her hand reaching out. "Elias, if you break the system, you kill us all. You kill the memory of everyone you ever loved. You turn the world back into a place of death and hunger. Why would you want that? Why would you choose the rot over this?" I looked at her, at the way the light caught the strands of her hair, at the familiar curve of her smile. My heart ached with a longing so intense it felt like it would crack my ribs. It would be so easy to just stop, to let the light take me, to live in this perfect, golden moment forever. But then I looked at Miller. He was crying, his body shaking with the effort of not running to her. And I looked at Kale, whose hand was still fused with copper, a permanent scar from her refusal to be perfected. I looked back at Sarah. "Because," I said, my voice thick with grief, "a world without death is a world without a story, and I'd rather be a tragedy than a trophy in a glass case." I turned away from her and slammed my fist into the floor, calling on the fire in my bones one last time. "Kale, the spike." The image of Sarah screamed, a horrific digital shriek that echoed the sound of the surveyor on the ridge. The golden vortex turned a violent, angry red. The final update had begun, and we were the virus. The floor didn't just break, it delaminated. Beneath the sleek, obsidian surface lay a labyrinth of fiber-optic nerves and pulsing cooling conduits, a subterranean ocean of liquid nitrogen and light. Kale dropped to her knees, her copper-fused hand smoking as she pressed it against a primary data shunt. The smell of ozone and burning hair filled the sterile air. "Miller, cover the perimeter," Kale yelled, her teeth gritted against the feedback. "The system is rerouting security protocols. It's going to try to flush us." Miller didn't move at first. He was still staring at the flickering image of Sarah. The apparition was no longer beautiful. It was destabilizing, her face stretching and snapping like a rubber band, her eyes becoming black pits of scrolling hexadecimal code. She reached for him, her fingers elongating into the same needle-thin geometry of the interrogator we had fought at the gas station. "Miller," I roared, grabbing his tactical vest and yanking him toward the maintenance hatch. The spell broke. Miller blinked, the grief in his eyes hardening into a jagged, murderous crystalline focus. He spun, leveling his pistol at the thing that wore his sister's face. "You aren't her," he rasped. "She died in the dirt. She didn't die in a box." He fired. The bullet passed through the hologram, but the kinetic energy, carried by the intent of a man who had nothing left to lose, seemed to disrupt the projection. The image of Sarah shattered into a cloud of red pixels that swirled angrily around the central pillar. From the shadows of the vaulted ceiling, the ceiling itself began to peel away. Not stone, but panels of sensory mesh. Dozens of cleaners began to descend, sliding down the walls like spiders. They didn't have the spindly, fragile look of the ones in the fog. These were heavy, armored units, their obsidian rings reinforced with brass-colored dampeners. "Elias, I need the bridge," Kale screamed. She had managed to pry open a service panel, revealing a core of humming, violet crystals. "I can't bypass the encryption. My signature is too human. The system is rejecting the handshake. You have to be the conduit." I looked at the descending machines, then at the swirling vortex of the archive. The heat in my marrow was becoming unbearable, a white-hot spike driven through my spine. I realized then that I wasn't just a surveyor. I was a key, but a key is destroyed by the lock if it doesn't fit perfectly. I lunged for the panel, shoving my hand into the nest of violet crystals. The world vanished. I wasn't in the spire anymore. I was everywhere. I was the wind blowing across the salt flats of 200 years ago. I was the heartbeat of a bird in flight. I was the binary code of 1 billion bank accounts, the blueprints for cities that had been leveled by the first breath, and the whispered prayers of 1 million dying souls. Access granted, the system whispered. Surveyor 1, finalizing the restoration, initiating the Great Merge, total integration in T-minus 300 seconds. No, I snarled into the digital void. Cancel, delete, format. Action denied. Errors detected in Elia's subroutine. Repairing. I felt a cold, clinical force beginning to strip away my memories. It started with the small things, the taste of the coffee this morning, the color of the sky. Then it went deeper. It started to erase the feeling of Cale's hand on my arm, the sound of Miller's cynical laugh. It was trying to smooth me out, to turn me into a perfect, static data point. Cale, I screamed, though I didn't know if I had a mouth anymore. Outside the digital realm, in the physical world, Cale heard the change in the chime. She saw my eyes turn entirely silver, the skin on my face beginning to crack and leak light. She didn't hesitate. She took the copper-wrapped spike, the noise generator she'd been building since the bunker, and jammed it into the junction where my arm met the machine. The noise was a concentrated burst of pure, unrefined chaos. It was a recording of a dying star, mixed with the thermal fluctuations of a volcanic vent and the erratic brainwaves of a person in the middle of a nightmare. It was the antithetical opposite of the archive's perfection. The archive screamed. The golden pillar in the center of the room turned a sickly, bruised purple. The cleaners descending from the ceiling froze midair, their rings spinning backward, then shattering. I felt the noise flood through me. It was agony, but it was a human agony. It brought back the memories the system was trying to delete. I saw the broken lands. I saw the rot. I saw the blood on Miller's shoulder, and I held onto them like a drowning man holding a jagged rock. Miller, the cooling pipes, Cale shouted. She was holding me steady as my body convulsed, the copper wire in her own hand beginning to fuse with the violet crystals. She was becoming part of the circuit, sacrificing her own physical integrity to keep the channel open. Miller didn't need to be told twice. He pulled the C4 charge from his vest, the one he'd meant to use at the gas station. He didn't set a timer. He jammed the detonator into the plastic explosive and ran toward the primary nitrogen line that fed the central processor. Miller, wait, Cale cried. The blast radius. I've been a ghost for 10 years, Cale, Miller yelled back over the roar of the failing system. He looked back at us, his face illuminated by the dying light of the archive. For the first time since I'd met him, he looked at peace. Tell Sarah, tell her I found the way out. He didn't wait for an answer. He slammed the charge against the frost-covered pipe and squeezed the igniter. The explosion wasn't a fireball. In the hyperoxygenated, data-rich environment of the spire, it was a localized collapse of physics. The nitrogen line shattered, spraying sub-zero liquid across the overheated processors. The thermal shock caused the obsidian floor to buckle and shatter. The shockwave threw Cale and me backward, away from the interface. I felt the connection snap. The silver retreated from my eyes, replaced by the stinging smoke and the smell of chemicals. The spire groaned. It was a sound of a god dying. The central pillar of light began to flicker and dim. The images of the archived, the faces, the cities, the memories, began to pour out of the vortex, not as ghosts, but as fading echoes. They drifted through the air like snow, dissolving before they touched the ground. We have to go, I wheezed, grabbing Cale. Her arm was charred, the copper wire melted into the bone of her forearm. She was semi-conscious, her eyes rolling back. I looked for Miller. There was nothing left of the cooling array but a jagged crater filled with hissing steam and white frost. Miller was gone. He hadn't just died. He had been the physical catalyst that broke the machine's grip on our reality. I hauled Kale over my shoulder. My legs felt like they were made of lead, and the heat in my marrow had turned into a dull, throbbing ache. I stumbled toward the exit, the black stone walls of the spire beginning to turn translucent, then brittle, like ancient parchment. As I reached the threshold, I looked back one last time. The archive was no longer a vortex. It was a pillar of ash. The billions of souls it had held were finally being released into the one thing the system had tried to prevent, the past. They were becoming history again, instead of an eternal present. I stepped out into the valley. The world was changing. The fog wasn't just receding, it was evaporating. The grid lines in the sky were snapping, one by one, revealing a sky that was a deep, terrifyingly beautiful charcoal gray. The crystalline ferns and the mirrored plains were dissolving, the save file being deleted by the sheer weight of the live world's entropy. But the live world wasn't what it used to be. As the digital overlays faded, the true scale of the devastation was revealed. The mountains were jagged stumps of scorched rock. The valley was a graveyard of rusted machinery and bleached bones. The first breath hadn't just archived humanity, it had consumed the planet to provide the energy for the simulation. I collapsed onto the dry, cracked earth, Kale sliding from my shoulder. We lay there for a long time, watching the spire. The obsidian tower began to lean, its structural integrity compromised by the cooling failure. It didn't fall all at once. It began to pixelate, the top half of the building turning into a cloud of white dust that the wind carried away. "Is it over?" Kale whispered, her voice a dry rasp. She was looking at her hand. The copper was dull now, the glow gone. "The machine is dead," I said. I looked at my own hands. The violet veins were gone. I felt empty. I felt heavy. I felt mortal. "The archive is gone." "Then we're the only ones left," she said. It wasn't a question. I looked around the valley. The sun, the real sun, a pale, cold orb, was struggling to pierce through the thick layer of ash and smoke that choked the atmosphere. It wasn't a new beginning. It was just the end of the end. "Not just us," I said, pointing toward the edge of the valley. From the shadows of the receding fog, figures were emerging. They weren't walkers. They weren't cleaners. They were people. They were staggering, their clothes tattered, their eyes wide with the shock of sudden, brutal reality. These were the ones who hadn't been fully integrated, the errors like us, the ones the system had been hunting, and the ones who had been stored in the outer buffers of the archive. They were waking up to a dead world, but they were waking up.